If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk the law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney, going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business, and I was drinking my water. And somebody said, we got a new witness on the stand. I said, well, what I'm waiting on? Let me log in. So let's talk about it. But I got one question. What is my question? Will he flip? Damn it. All right, what's going on, Blue Skies? Positive vibes. Thank y'all for popping in. What's going on, Goddess? What's going on, Ken Goddess? Thank you so much for being a member. Susan. Queen T. Miss Bernadette. Chris, thank y'all for popping in. Thank y'all so much. Blue Sky said he flip-flopping. What is really going on? Tia, what is going on? Oh man, this is wild. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up he already took his plea, 15 years on probation. Okay, I thought somebody had said it was 30 years, so it's 15 years. NYB Network in the building. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up the stream to keep an eye on it. But we know the court's at lunch and they're not gonna be back for a while. So we're gonna have a little time to let me see if this thing gonna work. All right, so this is a little different. Okay. Oh, okay. You switched the name up. Miss Love did what? See, the only difference is between him and Woody. Woody didn't take a plea deal. Woody was in charge. But this guy here, he has a plea deal. And if he violates his plea agreement, then his plea agreement can be revoked. Oh, you in Scotland? What's going on, Miss Chicky Brewer? At work, can't listen but reading the comments. Let me see if I can. Okay, so this is. Yeah, this is wild. How y'all think he's doing so far? I'm using a different browser, so I'm trying to see. What would be the easiest way to do this? How y'all think he's doing on the witness stand? Have y'all been watching? that. Somebody say he's Woody 2.0, but he has a plea deal over his head. I want to see if I can pull up his plea deal because this is wild. Somebody say he's defo trying his best, but he like the daddy of the pack, so he's so much older. Yeah, he is older. I think they said he's 10 years older than Jeff, aka Young Thug. Get him, Joe. He said he was Woody until Love pulled out his plea deal. Then he started to fold. Somebody say somebody say Love baking him in an easy bake oven. That's wild. He started off tough. He came out the gate. He was like, hold on, Love, you're not finna handle me. And then next thing you know, Love just started getting tough with him. All right, so this is somebody say, yeah, he's slowly folding. Oh, okay. She said, I don't think he folded at all. He called her out for one of the questions. Oh, okay. Oh, this is gonna be wild because if I can't, oh yeah, he's 43. What I'm gonna do is I might have to go to the other browser because for some reason this one's acting kind of crazy. Okay, no part of the deal he has to testify for sure. I'm gonna see if I can pull up his plea deal. Shit. Because somebody said it was 15 years and somebody said it was 30 years. I mean, that's a big difference. All right, let me see something quick. Okay, King gotta say it's definitely 15 years. I just heard. Oh, so you have it? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up so we can all share it. Well, see, he's not the same Tim as Woody because he actually, yeah, he took a plea deal, and part of his plea deal is that he will testify when they call him to do so. So he gonna have a issue. All right, hold on, quick. I might switch over, so it might do something weird. I got to get to a different platform. This one is acting. Hold on, let me. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to switch over browsers because the other one was acting strange. I couldn't share my screen, so I had to switch to a different browser. But now I think I'm good. All right. Plea deal for Antonio. And for the people who just popping in, we're on lunch break. I'm gonna share my screen so we can keep an eye on whenever they come back, which I was trying to do earlier, but it was acting crazy. All right. Now we in action. Uh Mounk Tounk plea deal. Lee, don't you know what, Lee? I'm trying to find the PDF of his plea deal. I think I had it before, but I don't know what. It's been a while since I read it or saw it. She said they charged him with count one and count 30. The 15-year sentence probation was for count one. Count 30 will be no criminal just as long as he's for shooting. So he could. See, my thing is when he first started off, and I will go back and play some of that. I mean, she asked, flat out, why I sell a gang? And he said no. And I think that's an issue. Because if he took a plea deal and he said that YSL was a gang in his plea deal, and now he's saying no, that's going to be a problem. And somebody said, where is his lawyer at? Is his lawyer sitting in the courtroom? And if he is, he might as well be sitting in his car in the parking lot. Because he ain't doing nothing. Hey, Ken Goddess, do you know where I can access it quicker? Is there a site that you saw it on? Because I can't see the they say his lawyer in the courtroom. His lawyer might as well go sit outside if he's not gonna do better than himself. Because I mean, I don't know how he would let his client, get up there and say YSL is not a gang. I mean, they could have danced around it. Oh, she gonna find it for us. They could have danced around it a little bit. He could say, yeah, YSL a gang according to police standards. The police label us as a gang. We're not really a gang, but the police say we are, so I guess we are a gang. Something like that. That could have been an easy answer that he could have danced around it, and at the same time, he's still honoring his plea agreement, and that's just an example. Hey, y'all, I'm trying to pull up his plea. Well, I do see something here. It does say 15 years, but I don't know what the actual agreement says. What's going on? Let's Talk TV. Thank you for popping back in. But in the meantime, while we waiting on that, let's go back and listen to his. See if we can find a part where he he said YSL is not a gang. And I know everybody comparing Love and Hilton, but Hilton had a different witness. You know, Woody's not under a plea agreement. So Woody can do a lot of dancing around. You know, he don't got to cooperate. But this guy here, he don't cooperate. You violate your plea agreement, then you know you got to deal with the consequences. So I can go find some of that. It's really hard to do this without timestamps. I think it was when his arm went up on that. Let me see if I can find it. When he had his arm up on that chair, I said, "Uh oh," his body language started to shoot. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's right. We put that arm on that chair. Let me see. This is it.
So I heard you reference, when was his first tour?
It was 2015.
Is that late 2015, mid or early 2015?
I don't recall. I don't know if it was the middle when it started. All that I remember, him and Travis Scott was on tour together.
Okay. So before then, did you and Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Williams hang out for any reason other than work?
Could you ask that question again?
Yes. Before then, did you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams hang out for anything other than work?
We partied together. I said that already.
And would you party only at clubs?
Sometimes we sit at Mr. Williams' house and enjoy it ourselves.
And before you did the tour that you mentioned in 2015, did you work in any way for Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, or any other defendant whom I've named today?
When I met Jeffrey Kendrick, I didn't know Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell when I first met Jeffrey.
Understood. In 2014, did you perform any work with either of the persons that I've just mentioned?
Time stamp.
No.
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015 that you mentioned,
Right. I'm still
did
working
you
on it.
work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you repeat that?
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015, did you work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you break that down so I can really, really understand that one?
Did you testify that you began working as head of security for Mr. Williams, starting with his rodeo tour?
Yes, in 2015.
Right. Thank you, because that was my next question. Was it in 2015? So before then, did you work for Mr. Williams doing anything?
No.
Okay. And before then, did you work for or with Mr. Kendrick doing anything?
I never worked for or with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. And before then, did you ever work either for or with Mr. Stillwell doing anything?
No, it don't make any sense to ask the same. And I told you already, I didn't never work for Kendrick. I still will. Why would you ask the same question?
Okay, y'all. So he's starting off tough. I mean, when he first came in, he was nervous, but now, you know, he's adapted to his environment. I mean, he's been in prison before. You got to adapt quick. He started off nervous, now he getting back with her. But let's see if he keeps that composure when she pull out that paperwork on this. Oh no.
But I'm asking you for the jury's sake.
I'm
okay?
not frustrated.
All right. Oh. Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015? Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
Uh-oh, here we go.
YSL is not a gang.
Okay, right there, y'all. I think this is, this could have hurt him. Because in his plea deal, which we're still working on getting, we're going to get it. He said, "Why so not a gang?" So not only could his plea deal be revoked because of that statement, he could be prosecuted later for perjury, and false statement. So that's why I asked, where is his lawyer at?
Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically.
Yeah, and when I say where his lawyer at, I'm not talking about like physically. I know he's there, but I mean like, like what you doing? Like where you at? Why you not objecting? Why you not, actively present instead of just sitting there looking good for the cameras?
Are you a part?
But thank you, sweetie.
Or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you and told you YSL is not a gang.
I said it twice.
Then if you could say yes or no.
No.
Have you ever been a
thank
part
you.
of a gang
I'll go
called
check there.
YSL?
I just said no.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members?
And if, all right, y'all. So, all right, y'all. Sorry about this. So when I try to do, that's why I was in a different browser earlier. When I try to switch over, it does something weird. So we're trying to work that out. But I'm still working on getting a plea agreement. I see Thugger Daily, but he only has one sheet. So if anybody can find a plea agreement, let me know. What's going on, Nurse Shells? It's gonna be a long day if we can't hold this internet or not this software connection. The plea is wild. What's going on, Leaf Queen? Thank you again for becoming a member. That's really kind of you. What's going on, 305 OG? I haven't seen you in a while. So we're just really just going back. The court is at lunch for about 20, 30 more minutes. So we're just going back and listening. And right now, Antonio Sledge is testifying, and you know he might be in some hot water because he said that YSL is not a game, and that's in direct contradiction of the plea agreement that he took. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go back to Thugger Daily. The only thing is, yeah, let me see what I can figure out because when bro about to tell it all, he not gonna be walking. Oh my god, Oak Cliff Mike. Oak Cliff Mike, so he not gonna go stand in no water. I don't know because they said yesterday he said that he was talking to Young Thug's dad for a long time, or you know, it wasn't a quick conversation. So you don't go talk to a person's dad and have a conversation, and then come to court the next day and potentially get their son locked up for life. Oh, thank you so much, 305, for gifting a membership. That's really kind of you. So whoever received that gift, if y'all don't mind telling 305, thank you. Oh wow, look at here. Nurse Shell. Membership. Somebody said they can't hear. Can't hear what? Y'all can't hear me? Can y'all hear me or no? Oh, okay. Nurse Shell said I hear you. Because Oak Cliff Mike said he can hear me. I don't know what that was about. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Somebody said how to give memberships. 305, can you let Leaf Queen know how to give memberships? Don't give me the line. I sure don't know. I don't know how that process works. Oh, thank you, Cassandra. Oh, he said, sorry, I can hear now. Oh, okay, no problem. I'm just making sure. We've been having technical issues with this streaming platform. So I gotta double check. Because it might be me. So it ain't no big deal. We all good. Let's we can just watch a little bit of this video while we're here. With him saying it not. Somebody say she finna slow cook him like a roast.
Have 3 or more associates.
Oh, okay. So she said it's not just me. So are other streaming platforms having issues? It's not just you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It just this particular one. So I tried to do a different platform earlier when I first started, but that one wouldn't let me share my screen. I'm like, okay, I gotta share my screen. How we gonna watch the trial? He said, I just went in and did it. Okay, she said yes, but for a lot of people having issues. Okay. Well, we're gonna push through it. If it freezes for a couple of seconds, we'll just wait and we'll still be here. And thank you, Miss Danny. Still, if y'all don't mind hitting that like button. And thank you again, 305 OG. Let's go.
You mean by the social?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
All right.
Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
What you mean by identifier? You gotta be more specific when you asking the question.
Of course.
You need to be more what? Specific.
Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because they wear all type of colors. You said they have Pacific color?
Pacific.
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL.
No, not that I know of.
What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any common or use any common hand signals?
Have I seen 3 or more of them use the hand signal?
My question is, do the 3 or more members of YSL that you just referenced, do they use common hand signals?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the common hand signals they use.
What you mean?
You just said yes.
I'm
Did you
saying,
not?
What you mean? I can't explain to you the hand signal, but I know it if I see it.
Can you show the jury?
I can't show them.
Why not?
It's not an individual handshake.
I didn't ask you about a handshake.
That's what you said.
No, I said hand signals.
Oh, I don't see use all type of signals. I don't know.
Would you tell the jury which ones that you do know of?
I would know of one.
What one do you know of?
You throw the Y, the S, and the L up.
Show the jury how to do that.
Like that.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
She missed it.
Where is the Y, the S, and the L in what you just held up?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I just see the hand signal be thrown.
Would you please hold that up and hold it for a second?
Could you see it?
How do you know that that is a YSL if you don't know where the Y, the S, and the L are?
I don't know where it's at. I just don't see it sitting. I never even try to figure out why the SL is.
Then how do you know that it stands for YSL?
Because I don't see it throwed up numbers of places.
How does that tell you that it stands for YSL?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
You don't know?
No.
How long have you seen that hand signal being used?
I don't know how many years have I seen it being used.
When would you say the first time you can recall seeing it being used is?
When he started saying he was going to have his own label called YSL.
Say when he, who are you referring to?
And that's what Jeffrey Williams' label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
No, I really I don't remember.
Do you know when it is that defendant Williams established a record label called YSL?
What's going on, official together?
He been saying it for years. That's what he wanted his label to be, but I don't know exactly what year that it was officially copyrighted, if that's the right word.
Are you familiar with a young man by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
What do you call him?
Slug, tick, what?
And how long have you known Tick or Slug?
A long time too. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but I've been knowing him a long time too.
Generally around what year did y'all meet?
I probably say around the same time I met Mr. Williams.
And under what circumstances did you meet?
In the park.
Who introduced you to Mr. Stevens?
Nobody introduced me. I was come around, and once they started saying names, I started remembering names. Once they started calling each other names, I started remembering names.
Who is the they that started calling each other names?
People in the park.
And so who were some of those people?
Jeffrey would call him Slug. You had a couple of more people.
So is it fair to say that you met Mr. Stevens through defendant Williams?
I wouldn't say I met him through, because Jeffrey Wood never came to me and said, well, this Slug and this T. So I didn't meet him through Jeffrey Wood.
Okay.
I met him just being around.
And did you ever hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Yes,
How often did you hang out with Mr. Stevens?
not often.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Stevens when you first met him?
Me and Mr. Steve had a great relationship, but we didn't hang around each other like that.
Has anything happened to sour your relationship with Mr. Stevens?
No,
Is there anyone within YSL that you do not have a great relationship with?
no.
To your knowledge, who all is a member of YSL?
What you mean by a member?
Well,
You gotta be more.
earlier, did you testify that YSL has 3 or more members?
Yeah, I said business-wise.
And what did you mean when you testified it has 3 or more members? What definition did you have in mind when you gave that
Is
testimony?
this against the law to be a member of?
Now, Mr. Sledge, I'm curious about something. Did you hear me at any time bring up a crime?
I say is this against? I never said you brought up a crime. Ask the question.
Why did you ask me that question?
Because I want to know specific what you're trying to get at. Or could you just get on at what you're trying to get at?
Would you please tell the jury what difference the answer to your question makes as it pertains to what 3 or more members of YSL you know about?
You said 3 or more members I know about.
Yes, my last question was, why did you ask me, is it against the law to be a member?
I already told you 3 members I knew.
Thank you. Would you please name those 3 members that you know?
Stevenson, William, and Kendrick.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury why you asked me, is it against the law to be a member?
I was asking you a question like you asked me a question.
I hear you.
No
I'm asking,
reason,
do you
no
understand
reason.
that?
I don't have a reason why I asked you that question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer it?
I would like you.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
Not you answering questions.
Just ask your question.
Do you want me to answer it? No.
Did you want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Would it be fair to say you met him around 2006, 2007 then?
No. Mr. Williams is what, 33 and I'm 43? So I met him 2009, I remember, because I just got out of prison.
Okay. Did you meet him at the park too?
Not at the park.
And did you meet his mom, dad, and sisters after you met him or before?
After.
And was that just going to his house and stuff like that?
Me and Jeffrey Williams hung together, so that's how.
How often did you all hang together, as you put it?
When we was younger,
Start there, please.
a lot.
How do you describe a lot?
Every other day, every day. What?
Did you consider him your best friend?
No, I don't have a best friend.
Was he as close as you get to having a best friend?
I looked at him as a little brother.
Okay. Is it fair to say you loved him?
Why not?
I don't know why not. I'm just
Yes, I love him.
Okay. Do you feel the same way about Mr. Stillwell
Yes,
and Mr. Kendrick?
yes.
Do you feel the same way about anyone else in this courtroom today?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom.
Understood. Do you love anybody else in this courtroom today?
You're supposed to love everyone in the world.
I agree. Do you specifically love anyone else in this courtroom?
You should have said you. You should have said you.
I can answer. I don't have a problem with anyone
That
in this courtroom.
That would have threw her off.
That I love anyone else because I never had a personal relationship with them.
Oh my God.
Do you love Demekion Garlington?
Yes,
Do you love Quindarius Zachary?
yes,
Do you love Kenneth Copeland?
yes,
Do you love them all, the ones that you said you love? Do you love them all equally?
yes.
Come on here, love.
Are you equally as close with one as you are the other of those people that you love?
No.
Who are you closest with?
Dude, yeah, she ain't wearing no truth.
Would you tell the jury of those 3 or more members of YSL that you described, if there is any particular language that they have in common or that they use, other than average run-of-the-mill English?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes. Of the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of, is there any particular language or words that they use that is besides the run-of-the-mill common English language you'd find in a dictionary?
Object to run of the mill you find in the dictionary. Nobody speaks like a dictionary.
Overruled.
I can't say because the whole world is speaky bunny. So I can't, like you said, in a dictionary. I wouldn't know what's in a dictionary. I don't look in a dictionary.
Okay.
So I don't know if the word you're looking for in the dictionary or it's not in the dictionary.
The word slime. Have you heard of the word slime?
They got a whole place called slime. They got a slime event. So yeah, I don't heard the word slime. You got a play thing that you could take your kids to for the slime thing. So yes, I have heard that word.
Have you heard members of YSL call each other slime?
I done heard people not YSL call each other slime.
That's okay. Have you heard members of
That's okay.
YSL call each other?
That's okay.
Now, have you called members of YSL slime?
Yes.
Now, when you called members of YSL slime, were you talking about that big old plaything that kids play on? YSL slime, were you talking about that big old plaything that kids play on?
Miss Love, come on now. We ain't
Did she say not that big old plaything? Is that in the dictionary? That big old.
Slime.
yes.
Now, when you called members of YSL slime, were you talking about that big old plaything that kids play on?
Miss Love, come on now. We ain't gonna.
Jury doesn't know.
We're not.
The jury don't know.
Of course, I know they know. They
grown.
no different from me and you.
Right?
Come on, that ain't no
Tell the
question.
jury what you were referring to when you called
I want to
people.
refer to the playtime.
Oh my God.
Okay. So what significance does the word slime
It's
have?
just a slang word we use towards each other.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
The whole world, not just the Pacific people. The whole world. I call people slime that I don't even know. People be walking down the street, be like, "What's up, slime?"
And when you use it, what do you mean?
Trust me. That's what I feel.
Fair enough. And is that a phrase that members of YSL, I'm not talking about the whole world, just members of YSL,
And they said it's been some buffering issues, so we just working through it today. I don't know what's been going on, but we trying to work through it.
uses amongst themselves?
Why you want to say they just use amongst themselves when I just said a whole world use? You trying to make it seem like it's just about them using it when it's not just them using it.
Understood, but I still have to know, is that a word that members of YSL use amongst themselves?
I don't know how to answer that question because I thought I already answered.
Are you the only member of YSL that uses the word slime?
No.
Okay.
That's a better question.
Thank you. Who else within YSL have you heard use the word slime?
The ones I've been around.
Who in this courtroom have you heard use the word slime?
Jeffrey, yeah, Stillwell.
Okay. Are they the only ones?
Yeah, because I never had another conversation with anyone like that.
Thank you. Now, would you please tell the jury who you know within YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the street rep of YSL?
I don't know anyone that try to increase YSL. I don't know anyone try to increase YSL.
Did you understand my question?
You said, could you repeat it?
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what members of YSL you know who have committed crimes to increase the street rep of YSL?
I can't really say
Why not?
because I don't know anyone in this courtroom have committed a crime.
Fair enough. Any member of YSL that you know of who has committed crimes to increase the street reputation of YSL?
Could you put your question, could you make it better where I can understand what you're saying?
Who do you
Hello.
know that has committed a crime for YSL?
For YSL?
Yeah.
Nobody.
So who do you know who has committed a crime to boost the reputation of YSL?
Nobody.
Who do you know? Do you know what the word notoriety means?
She got
Do you know what notorious means?
No.
When I say street credibility, do you know what that means?
I have an idea of what you're saying about creeps and credibility.
What is your idea of what I'm saying about street credibility?
Like basically they commit crimes to try to boost the.
Hey, she said she can't see the chat. Did the chat go away? Oh my, this is. Or is the chat still here? Let me know, y'all.
Name up a YSL, but I don't think that was the case.
Now,
I can't see the chats.
you're saying that you know of no one within YSL who has ever committed a crime to increase the notoriety, street credibility, or reputation of YSL?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't know a person that claimed YSL had committed a crime, but I'm saying they didn't do it in the name of YSL.
Now, thank you for clarifying, but my question is, who do you know that has committed a crime to increase either the notoriety, the street credibility, or the reputation of YSL?
I don't think it was for the reputation or the street credibility of YSL. I just think the crimes were committed by what happened to them and they did it on their own. I don't think it was because of YSL, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm not. I'm asking you only what I specifically
Well,
said.
I don't recall. I don't know the answer to that question.
At any point over the past 2.5 years, have you known the answer to that question?
No.
Do you recall whether on December 28th, 2022, you knew the answer to that question?
And when I try to correct you on that answer, you wouldn't let me correct you on the answer. So
first, we're gonna get an answer from you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
First, I'm gonna ask you to answer the question, and then we'll get to what you just said, okay?
if you want to stay on the plea agreement, yeah, I initiate on that.
Okay, so my question is, on December 28th, 2022, did you know of 3 or more members of YSL that have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
My answer gonna be the same.
What is your answer?
When I try to get my lawyer to refer, I throw.
I just need, I'll let you explain, I promise.
No.
All right, hold on. Okay, but he's not answering the question that she asked. So she's entitled to say, answer the question that I asked. And she
That is
has
exactly.
already said that she's going to let him explain that in just a minute. Go ahead.
So will you please answer or tell the jury if on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL.
Could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
That's up to the court.
You may. We're gonna take a recess. Y'all go ahead and use the restroom if you need to.
Thank you.
Well, so we got a few more minutes in the lunch break, so we're gonna just fast forward a little bit. He goes out and talks to his lawyer, and then he comes back and
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Mr. Sledge.
welcome back.
Would you please tell the jury
Oh,
on
something else.
December 28th, 2022, what three members of YSL that you knew who had committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Me, Garnett, and Zachary.
And how was it that you personally intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL through the commission of those crimes that you're talking about?
Could you say that question in another fashion?
Yes. As it relates to you personally, how did you intend for your crimes that you're talking about to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
How would I put this? I couldn't say if it was the credibility of why I said I would say the incident that happened.
I understand what you're saying, but did I correctly understand you to say that the three people you know who have committed crimes? I'm trying to gain clarity, so I'm
Overall, she's asking if she's got it right.
thank you. Did I understand you to say that the three people who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL are you, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
I won't ask you to speak about anyone but yourself. So as it relates to you, how did you intend for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
I don't understand that question, Ms. Love.
Is this the first time that you have been faced with that type of question?
Yes.
Have you ever asserted that Young Slime Life, AKA YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? Have you ever made that assertion in your
Yes,
life?
yes,
Okay. So when you made that assertion, are the 3 names that you just gave the jury the 3 members of YSL that you were referring to when
Yes.
you made that assertion?
yes.
Okay. So as it relates to yourself, how did you mean for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
I'm confused on that one, Ms. Lowe. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sorry, what,
I'm confused on that one, I ain't gonna lie.
what are you confused? Is how did you mean for your crimes, whatever they were, to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL, no matter what they were? How did you mean for those crimes to do that thing?
I wouldn't say increase the game for YSL. I would say what I'm trying to get at is like things happen and I reacted.
And
I don't think it's what you're saying. I just don't think it was all about YSL. That's what I'm saying.
are you referring to one specific incident?
I only know about one incident what I pleaded guilty to. I don't know about no other incidents.
Okay. So when I speak of street credibility, what do you understand that to mean? Is it the same thing for you as fame?
I never really been into that about fame and street credibility.
That's okay, but I need you to answer the question. What do you understand street credibility to mean?
I'm stuck, you know.
Why are
I'm
you
stuck
stuck?
right now because
Bro, you are.
I don't understand what the street credibility is.
He's stuck, all
Do you know
right.
what fame is?
Yeah, I know what fame and street credibility, but I'm a person like I don't go off fame and street credibility. I'm just basically I believe in being a man, put it like that.
I appreciate that. What do you understand reputation to mean?
I appreciate that. A little funny.
You're trying to uphold a reputation, right?
I can't give an answer. You have to give the answers, okay? What do you understand reputation to mean?
Somebody said she wore that pink for him to get him to cooperate, to get him a little flirty.
A name in the streets.
So how did you intend for the crimes you committed to boost YSL's name in the streets?
Oh my God. Oh man.
Boost the name of the cat. I'm trying to think how to answer this question.
Just tell the truth.
Just tell
Tell
the
the truth. I don't know but the truth. I'm just trying to think of a way of saying it with the truth.
Just say whatever's in your mind right now.
Ain't that in my mind right now, but what I say.
Look at her face.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you come back to that one?
No.
Yeah, how she get her own
Boost
microphone?
the name or reputation of YSL in the street. That's a good one.
She like them bad boys. Yeah, the court's still on lunch break. As soon as they come back, we'll catch back
I
up.
don't really. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're saying.
I just,
If that makes sense.
What do you mean? You understand, but you don't.
Because you saying trying to boost the reputation of YSL in the street. Because I don't think anything I would have done would been to boost the name of YSL in the streets.
Did you not mean to include yourself in the earlier statement that you made when you said YSL is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? Did you not mean to include yourself in that group of 3 or more people, or was there someone else?
I included myself because I knew I committed a crime, but I wouldn't say the crime was just because the boosted reputation of YSL in the streets. It was about principle.
And when you say it was about principle in what way as it relates to YSL? Because that's what I'm talking about.
That's why the question hard to answer, because you keep putting it as YSL.
Now, you said I keep putting it as YSL.
Yes.
Did you testify earlier that the statement that I read to you during my question is a statement you made? Did you make that assertion on December 28th, 2022? Is that something that you said yes to?
Yeah, but I didn't make that question or that answer. That was your question and your answer. And when I was trying to correct you on that, you wouldn't let me correct you on it.
Now you're pointing at something that may or may not be referenced in a moment.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about what you just said. You said that was my question.
Yeah, I did initially.
You said that was my question and my answer.
Yes.
When you say my answer, what do you mean?
The answer of the question. You just said, like, that question you asked me, it already had the answer on it, and I initiated.
I'm sorry. Are you
wait,
saying
did he, hold on, did he say he initiated it? Hold on now.
That
Y'all,
question you asked me, it already had the answer on it, and I initiated.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that there is a question on some form that I gave to you?
Yeah, it sounds like a question and an answer already on it.
Okay,
Could you repeat what you said?
yes. My question to you is, on December 28th, 2022, my first question was, what 3 people who were members of YSL
And
did you know about
I said me, Garnet, and Zachary.
who had committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? And you said you, Garlington and Zachary.
Right.
And my question to you was, how did the crimes that you committed, let's use another word,
You said
how did those crimes make YSL more popular in the streets?
you saying crimes, and I'm saying there's only one crime that I committed. You saying crimes. You using more than one crime.
Okay,
So
we'll
you-
say crime. How did the one crime you are talking about right now make YSL more popular in the streets?
I don't think it made YSL more popular.
Okay. How did it increase the notoriety of
I don't
YSL?
think it increased it either.
How did it improve or
It didn't.
increase
It didn't.
YSL's name in the streets?
It didn't improve or increase YSL name in the streets.
How did it boost the reputation of YSL?
It did not boost.
What now?
It did not boost the whatever you just said of YSL.
Whatever
And
you said.
how did it improve or increase the street credibility of YSL?
It didn't do that either.
Is it your testimony today that you know of no one who committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? I need to understand that.
The crime that were committed, I don't think it was to do nothing with YSL to boost the credibility of the street. None
Wow.
of that.
I'm not talking about crimes that weren't done to increase the street credibility,
I just-
notoriety, and
What
reputation.
I'm saying to you,
Hold on. Let me just ask the question. I'm not talking about crimes that were not done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, asked and answered. He's answered this question.
Overruled.
I'm not talking about crimes that were not done to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. So we can put all of the stuff that wasn't done for that purpose out of your mind. Just tell the jury, how did you intend for the crimes that were committed to increase the street credibility, notoriety, and
Your Honor,
reputation?
I'm going to object. That's facts, not evidence. He has repeatedly said there were no crimes committed, and she is assuming crimes were committed on behalf of YSL in her question.
Sustained.
That is true.
Is it your testimony today? Let me rephrase. Do you know of 3 or more members or associates of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
no.
He said no. Which is important. He said these are individual crimes that they did, not on behalf of the
Okay.
YSL.
Do you consider yourself a member or associate of YSL? Either one, either a member or an associate of YSL.
I pleaded guilty to affiliated to YSL.
Let's put that out of your mind. I'm asking you here today, right now. Do you consider yourself a member of YSL? Let's break it down.
Break it down.
And on December 28, 2022, did you consider yourself a member of YSL?
Well, that's what y'all had me charged with.
We know.
Yes,
That's not in
yes,
front of the jury.
yes, yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a member of YSL?
I don't recall exactly how many years it's been.
Do you remember what year you first became a member of YSL?
No, I don't remember the year that he first started saying why I said I don't remember.
Would showing you a document
No.
with your writing on it
Say no.
and a year on it that you signed on December 28, 2022, refresh your memory?
Say no.
Yes.
Unless she's gonna give you the document.
Your Honor,
dude.
I'm going to approach the witness with what I will
Oh,
mark as
oh man.
State's Exhibit number 444 Yankee.
Yeah, the court's not back from
Show
lunch.
it to counsel for either the defendants who wish to see.
The court's not back from lunch, so we just watching a little bit of this. It should be back any minute now, and then I'll fast forward.
See what I wrote. Just 1 second, Your Honor. I wrote on the one that I have, so I want to make sure I give him the clean copy.
Come on here, Love. Love says y'all got her messed up in her pink today. What's going on, Bam Fats? We just trying to hold the stream. They say it's buffering issues across the web, so we just we holding it together. We holding it together, Bam Fats. Thank you for popping in. Look at Still keeping his distance. Still don't fool with her like that. Look at Still. Oh, this is funny. Okay. They've been wearing, they wore all black, then they went all pink today. So this is the lawyer right here for the Antonio right here. He ain't doing a damn thing. I don't know what he got all these papers for. Them papers in the corner. Oh my god. Bro, you finna have your client in the pen. Oh my gosh. He must be a public defender. No diss to public defenders.
All right, go ahead.
But they do some good work, but some of them
For the
don't.
record, I am showing the witness the 3rd page of the document. So page 3 of 7. And the 2nd blank under section 4.
Hey, y'all see that Love? She got a microphone everywhere she go today. The microphone, plenty of mics. But when the defense went yesterday, they couldn't get one to work.
Come through and I have it. So I'm going to show you what has been marked State's Exhibit 444 Yankee, and I'm going to turn to
Come on,
page
babe.
3. Do not read any of this out loud.
Right.
I'm just going to point to the second blank under section 4 and ask you to read it.
And they still are not back from lunch. I don't know what's the delay is. But they still not back yet.
Does reading the second blank of the third page of 7 on State's 444 Yankee refresh your memory? Don't
Yeah.
read it out loud.
Yes.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how long you have been a member of YSL?
It's associated 2012.
Okay. When you say it says associated, what are you meaning?
That's what y'all said.
Plea agreement said.
Right. He just signed it.
We'll get to the document itself.
Right.
Right now, I'm asking you, since you've testified that you are currently a member of YSL, how long have you been a member of YSL?
Since 2012.
While associated with YSL, while a member, what have you done to support and express loyalty to YSL that was against the law?
When I pleaded guilty to a drive-by shooting.
I'm not talking about pleading guilty. I'm asking you specifically to please tell the jury what crimes have you committed to express loyalty and support to YSL?
I just answered.
Overruled.
I just answered.
I need you to expressly tell the jury what crimes you have committed to express loyalty and support to YSL.
I don't remember exactly all of them, but I know aggravated battery was one of them. Aggravated assault. Could you refresh my memory? Because I don't remember all the charges I had. There was a lot of charges.
Do you remember what you did, though?
I drove a car.
All right, Dean.
So how, when you say you drove a car, how does that lead to your committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
I wouldn't say YSL. I say it was basically helping Demika the gun.
Wait, who she? Y'all seen it? I seen who she was pointing her eyes
I
to.
wouldn't say
She saying somebody watching.
say it was basically helping Demika the gun and Quindary Zachary.
Have you ever stated that you committed a drive-by shooting to express support and loyalty to YSL?
Yes, because I pleaded guilty in 2017.
Regardless of your guilty plea, I'm not talking about.
Well, that's the reason I signed that question.
Okay. So since I haven't referenced a question for the jury, I'm trying to keep the record clear, okay? I'm just asking you about acts that you committed that were done to express support and loyalty to YSL?
I just said it.
Hang on a second. I'm going to let her proceed with this.
So you may go ahead. How does driving a car lead to committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
You losing me because I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you, it probably was for people who claim to be YSL, if you want to use that as a referral.
Father, you can proceed.
Oh, we back.
I understand that you
I'm gonna fast forward, y'all. We're
understand
back.
what I'm saying, but I'm asking. Mr. Sledge, you doing okay?
I'm doing great.
Good. When we last spoke for lunch, I believe
think
that the
they turned the
question
sound
that I
on
was
yet.
asking you had to do with your ability to ask your attorney about any documents that you signed on December 28th, 2022.
Right.
I don't think they turned the sound on.
Did you have access to your current attorney on December 28th, 2022?
Right. Yeah.
And
Can y'all hear it?
did you have an opportunity to
Hey, can y'all
ask
hear it or
him
no?
questions before signing any documents presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Did you ask him questions before signing any documents?
Yes.
Did you request changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Do you recall what changes you requested?
No, I don't recall exactly, but I know most of them.
Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney what words within the documents that you were looking at meant?
No,
In other words, if you didn't understand something, were you able to get clarification about it from your attorney?
Thank you. Thank you.
She's not asking the substance, so overruled.
Did you refer the question, ask the question again?
Yes. Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney about parts of the documents presented by the state that you didn't understand, if any such parts existed?
Yes.
Did your attorney explain those parts to you?
Yes, to his best ability, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to request changes to those documents from the state?
Well, I know he presented it to you, but I still say, from my knowledge, the ones that I wrote changed, you didn't change.
Do
They got it loud. I don't know why. It wasn't this loud earlier. I don't know, maybe too loud. They keep breathing.
Do you recall ever receiving a document with the assertion that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
I received a document, but I wouldn't know that because I wasn't there.
You weren't where?
At the McDonald's where you talking about. So I wouldn't know
And
that.
did you convey through your attorney to the state, I can't initial that because I wasn't there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was showing you a document with those words on it and a subsequent document with them changed refresh your memory?
Even if you show me the document with my initial on it, I still wouldn't know because I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. You can't make me know.
That's
if
not
I
the
wasn't.
question she's asking. Listen to the question again.
And y'all, this is the court's audio. I'm looking at the chat in the other groups, and they're saying the same thing.
Did she refresh? She can show me.
Did you? My question is not whether or not you were there. My question is, did you receive a document that initially had that language on it?
Yes.
Did you make it known to the state through your attorney that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you make it known through your attorney to the state that that language needs to be changed or taken off that document before I sign it?
I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
I'm going to show you states 444Y. And I'm going to ask you, it's page 4 of 7 for the court's purposes and defendants, to read to yourself number 7 on page 4 of 7.
What's going on, India?
Have you had an opportunity to read number 7 on page 4 of 7?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about whether or not language was changed to reflect that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes, let's say I wasn't there.
Is that a change that was made at your request?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall reading a document that had the language on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, AKA Young Thug, after leaving the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta?
I don't remember signing that.
Understood. That's not the question. Do you recall seeing a document with that language in it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to to refresh the recollection of the witness, what I will mark as State's Exhibit 444 Bravo, and I will give a copy to counsel for the defendant, either one of them.
All right.
444 Yankee Bravo.
Okay.
I'll just wait up here.
showing you states 444 Yankee Bravo. Would you read number 6, not out loud, to yourself on page 3 of 6?
Boy, just so you can't read like Woody. I can't read.
I see it, but
Okay. And
Do you see, or does that refresh your memory as to whether you saw a document with that language in it?
I don't remember seeing the document with that.
Okay. Let me now show you State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I like they fixed it.
And ask you to take a look at
They fixed it now. Yeah,
number
sound way better.
7.
You just showed me something.
Okay.
He said you just showed me
And
7.
number 7, the first version, number 7 on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. Is that
Hang on. Yes. Yes.
Okay, hear you. Oh, okay. So now his lawyer is going up there. So it must be an issue. Look at him. He smiling like, boy. Boy, you gonna be smiling on your way to the jail. You better. Oh, Brian still sat this one out. He didn't walk up there. Oh, maybe Keith Adams went. Everyone's still, you missing it. She said, look how she looking. Now, why did he say this woman had dreads earlier? Those are clearly braids. So they have microphones, and normally what happens the jury will be excused and they can just talk out loud. But I guess to save time, instead of having the jury leave out. He keep that one look. How he keep that 1 foot ready to run out of there. Get that foot. Ah, he ready to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Wait, why she walk like that? What just happened? What she do that for? What's going on with love?
You be wherever you want to be. Unless, can y'all hear her okay? Okay.
Mr. Sledge, having looked at State's Exhibit 444 Yankee, the document that we referred to prior to lunch, is your memory clear on whether or not it says that you were at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in section 7 of part 4 of this document?
You said it say I was at the McDonald's.
No. My question is showing you State's 444 Yankee.
Right.
Is that the document that you signed?
I don't
Hold on.
remember. I don't remember when I signed.
Hold on.
I see my initial, but
Okay.
I don't.
Do you also see your signature
I said I see my signature.
with the date
Yes.
of December 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this document that you are looking at, can you read to yourself number 7?
Yes. I read it already.
Okay. Having read that document, are you able to tell the jury if the document that you put your signature on December 28th, 2022, said that you met at the McDonald's or something different?
It says something different.
And was that something different language that you asked the state to correct? In
Oh.
other words, does the document?
I don't, by me signing it say no, but I don't recall if I asked you to change. I was asking you so much to change that never got changed. So I don't recall which ones I asked you to change.
All right. Since you said you were asking me so much to change that never got changed,
Overruled.
are you able to tell the jury what all you asked to be changed that did not get
He
changed?
just said he don't
I
remember.
just told you I don't remember.
Oh my goodness, love. Pay
That's
attention.
That's been almost 2 years ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
Not that part. Not by signing.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory at all?
Nope.
Yeah, you showing it to me, and I told you my signature on it. You showing me that, and I'm telling you that it's saying my signature on it, but I signed. I ain't saying I didn't sign.
What's going
I'm
on
not
with you?
arguing with you or debating with you about that. I'm not saying I didn't sign. I just didn't remember what I was signing. I just was signing.
Thank you for that. My question is, are you able at all to remember what things you recall asking the state to change that it did not
He
change?
just does.
Objection asked and answered.
Right.
Well, can you rephrase that question? Because you've asked him the totality of it. Are you trying to ask him, is there anything that he remembers?
Yes.
Okay, try that.
Yes.
She's trying to help him.
Asking it in a better way. Is there anything you remember asking us to change that we just refused to change?
No. You don't remember.
I can't remember exact, but if you show me the paper, I probably can point out the ones that I wanted you to change that didn't get changed.
I'm going to show you states 444, and if you would not read
I'm
anything,
not
just tell
gonna
me
read it. I'm
numbers.
just pointing to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this 444Y?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Yeah, see, Slick, you was late. She was gifted a membership and everything. See what happened when you show up late? She got that membership.
I know this one.
Shout out to 305 for gifting her that membership. That was nice of you. Somebody say love is so fake.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the purposes of the record, I would just, I believe Mr. Sledge just identified one. If he could just say the numbers so we can follow, because we're not looking at the sheet along with him when he
Sure.
points.
Which
Number 8, number 9,
he said I want a wrench, not a membership. Is she pointing the mic for him to speak? Hold on. Not her pointing the mic at this
I
man.
don't remember.
I'm sorry, what did you say about number 9?
Look at
I said number 7. I don't know. I know number 9 is one I asked you to change.
Did you say, I don't know about number 7?
Yeah, I don't really.
Oh my
remember
goodness.
About number 7, but I know what it's saying isn't true.
I'm gonna have to. Hey, that's gonna be my new
Number
thumbnail.
7, you're saying is not true.
Yeah, I didn't hear that from you.
Oh my
I
god.
heard it in the streets, not from a member. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I hear your testimony, yes.
Oh wow,
Are those the
Queen.
only two?
That's 3. Well, I said 7, I didn't really know, but 8 and 9, I most definitely remember asking you to change,
Yeah.
and it never got changed.
Yeah, he in a bind.
Anything else?
No, not that I know
He don't know no better. His lawyer apparently
Now-
don't either.
When you say that you
Oh,
asked me to change
sheesh.
8 and 9, how did you make that request? Did you personally talk to me, or did you ask someone to tell me?
I was telling my lawyer those were not correct.
And he came back and, at your request, he asked the state, that's your understanding, to change those?
I don't know personally what went on between y'all. Wasn't there. I was in the back. Y'all was in the courtroom.
Now, at any time were you forced to put your initials on anything on this document that's labeled 444Y?
Yep. Well, he
I
would.
was actually told you can initial, but you can get if you be called in, you can explain the truth of what you know and what you don't know.
Is it your test? So are you now testifying that your initials are placed beside numbers relating to statements that are false? Is that what your testimony is?
Yeah, cause I don't know that. That's why I'm saying it's
Where
false.
is your lawyer
There's
at?
no way that I can know that if I wasn't there or no one who you have charged told me. I was personally charged with that same thing you talking about. From the beginning, before any of these guys, except Shannon Stillwell, any one of the other guys, before they was charged with it, I never heard of that until May 9th, when you put it on your indictment.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to show you that same document 444Y and ask you to look at section 5 of the document. And looking at it, is there a marking on the document? Does it refresh your memory as to whether you personally marked anything out on the document?
Wait, she is breathing in the mic. That is
That's my initial.
a little wild.
Does it refresh your memory as to whether you scratched anything out and changed it?
I think y'all told me to scratch that. I didn't change it. I didn't write that. I didn't
Okay.
write that. That's not my writing. That's my
Is that
initial.
your initial? Okay.
Yeah.
Is the change that you referred to on section 5 of page 6, is that the only thing that you recall being changed at your request?
No.
What else do you recall being changed at your request?
Well, now, yes, I'm sorry. Y'all can scratch. No, yes, I don't remember nothing else you changed at my request.
Would showing you any other documents refresh your memory?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. He got it now. No. Yeah, she can move on. His lawyer should have been told him that.
So number
There you go again.
on 444Y, which we were discussing before lunch. Can you explain to the jury how your participation in a drive-by shooting was intended to express support and loyalty for YSL?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, it has sort of been asked and answered in that he, sustained.
Judge, like, move on.
Tell us what happened in the drive-by shooting.
What you mean, go into details, what happened?
Yes, sir.
Well, I never, like, at the club, Garlington got jumped on. Which, the Michigan Garlington, which didn't have anything to do with anyone else besides me and Garlington.
How do you know?
Huh? How did I know that?
She said, how you know?
Yes, and yes.
Because no one else was in the club with us, got their hands.
She said, how you know?
So
How you know? That's funny.
who was it that put hands on Garlington?
I don't know, it was a group of guys. I didn't, see no faces, none of that.
So how are you able to tell the jury that it had nothing to do with anyone except you in Garlington when you can't say who put their hands on you?
Well, I could say what Garlington told me, but I can't tell you.
Hearsay.
I can't tell you, do I know it's personally was those guys? Because there was a lot of them, but I can tell you what Garlington told me.
Were those guys part of a gang?
Anthony,
Your Honor calls for hearsay.
Well,
That's
I mean,
not
may or may
hearsay,
not, to your
right.
personal knowledge.
right, it's not.
Was
Did
they-
you believe that those guys who put their hands on Garlington were a part of a gang? I asked him,
Abstained. Rephrase your question.
to your knowledge, were the persons who put their hands on you or on Garlington, rather, excuse me, a part of a gang?
I don't know, because if they
Thank
joined
you.
the game, I wasn't there when they joined the game.
If
So
they
I,
joined a what now?
if they was part of a gang,
When you're saying gang, are you saying, spell what you're saying?
Gang, you
Okay.
said gang.
I did, thank you.
So if they was part of a gang, whenever they joined, I didn't eyewitness. So I don't know if they was or was they false claiming or what. I don't know.
Okay. So forgive me for interrupting. Please tell the jury what led up to the drive-by shooting. What happened?
Well, they jumped on Garnington in the club. I assisted Garnington, and then it went farther with us fighting. And then I don't know what happened on the outside. I don't know what happened on the outside, but then me, Garnington, and Zachary, we went and we did what we did.
What is that?
Okay. Were you standing next to Garlington when he first got jumped?
No, he was coming back towards me.
And you said you didn't see the face of who jumped him.
I never really seen it. Somebody told me that they was jumping on Garnington.
Who
And-
told you?
People in the club. I can't give you a name because I don't know their name.
So what did you do?
I assist Garnington.
He assisted.
How did you assist Garlington?
I helped get him off Garnington.
As you were helping getting them off of him,
He said he blasted him.
did you recognize anybody that you were helping to get off of
It
him?
was abroad. No, there was so many people.
Okay. You said earlier that you didn't know whether these people were actually a part of a gang or if they were false claiming.
Right.
Do you know what gang they claimed to be a part of, if any?
Maybe ask another foundational question first.
Are you aware of whether these people that you pulled off of Garlington claimed to be a member of any particular gang?
You said, did they claim to be part of a gang?
Correct.
Overruled.
Actually, I can't really say what gang they claim.
Without saying what gang, at the time that you pulled these guys off of Garlington, did you believe that they belonged to any particular gang?
Overruled.
No.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Kelvin Watts, who answers to the names Kel and Shell Kel?
I know of him, but I don't know him. He wasn't there though that night. I know that much.
Does Shell Kell, to your knowledge, belong to a particular gang?
Well, I heard that he was part of a gang.
Are you aware of whether he claims to be a part of that gang via his postings or anything else?
Yeah, a lot of people claim to be some, they ain't.
Fair enough. What gang do you understand Shell Kell to be a part of?
What he claimed, 9 Deuce or something like that?
Nine Deuce?
Yes.
Is that also If Gang or Inglewood Family?
From my understanding.
That's a yes?
Yes,
your
from my
understanding?
understanding.
Okay.
I don't,
And is that gang, to your understanding, a blood gang? If he knows, Your Honor, I'm asking to his understanding, does he understand that gang to be a blood set?
Overruled.
yes,
You
I
may-
heard, but I don't know for sure. I heard.
Did you consider that gang a rival gang?
Please use your mic. Okay, sorry.
A
Did-
rival gang? No.
Did you state on December 28th, 2022, that you threatened to harm a person named Kell because of that person's association with a rival gang?
Yeah, but at the time I didn't know. At the time that the threat was made, I didn't know he was If gang.
When did you learn he was If Gang?
Ooh. I know it was after that video.
Okay. Now we're talking about a video. What video are you referring to?
The video of me and Quindarius. But it wasn't about no gang situation.
What did you do in the video?
I told him if he was looking for me, I had something for someone who was looking for me, who was not my friend.
And forgive me, you told him that if he was looking for you, what was that last part?
I had anything for anybody who's looking for me that's not my friend. He have no reason looking for me if he's not my friend.
And what did you have for him?
Whatever to do to protect myself.
Who else was in the video with you?
Quindarius Zachary.
Is he the only person?
That's the only person I remember.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 441Y, which has also been provided to counsel for the defendants with the court's permission. May I approach? You may. Are you able to see the video on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. And when do you recall that video being made?
I can't recall. I just know it was in. I can't recall. I know it was in. I think it was in 2015 or 2014. I don't recall.
What did you do with that video once it was made?
They posted on social media.
Who is they?
I want to say Zachary posted. Or did I post it? I don't recall who posted, but
It was either you or Zachary.
yeah.
What are you saying in the video?
I just told you what I said.
Is State's Exhibit 441 Yankee, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video that
The
you,
video you just showed me?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 441 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted.
And with,
Let's play the video. Let's publish it. Let's see what she's talking about. Thank y'all to the people that subscribe. Oh, let's see. I want to see it. He seemed
with
like
permission, while we are pulling that up, I'll go ahead and ask you additional questions. Thanks. Do you have anything in your hands in the video?
uh-oh.
What?
Okay.
And does Zachary have anything in his hands in the video?
Got 2 guns in his hand.
What was the purpose of posting that video on social media?
We were really being silly, man.
Okay. And when you say you're being silly, what do you mean?
It was childish.
Did you intend for people to see it?
They posted it on Instagram, so of course people were gonna see it.
Understood.
We posted it for him to see it.
Would you please continue? Hang on one second. If it's ready to play, we can play it. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 441 Yankee after we hide the floating toolbar.
Little stiff ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Is that the video you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you continue telling the jury what led to the drive-by shooting following Demekion Garlington getting jumped on at the club?
What led to it?
Yes, continue telling us what happened.
Talk. He was talking in the video.
We left the club and we went over. Well, no, we didn't leave the club. I left the club and then Garlington called me to come back to get him because I left him at the club.
Did Garlington ride with you to the club?
No,
Do you know who Garlington went to the club with?
no, he was calling me all that day to ride me to the club, and I don't like people to ride to the club. I go to the club by myself. I might meet them there, but I always ride by myself.
Who
Wow.
all participated in the
Interesting.
fight when Garlington got jumped?
Just me and Garlington. No one else was in the club with us.
And so after, how did the fight end?
Security guard broke it up.
After the security guard broke it up, what did you do?
I stayed in the club. They put Garlington out the club.
And then what happened?
I was in the inside looking for Garlington's phone with security guard, and I guess security guard found the phone and he took it outside. And then eventually I got the females that I was with and we went outside.
And then what happened?
Yeah, more than one
I
female.
pulled off. Garlington was talking, saying something, and I got in my car and pulled off. And by the time I got to the expressway, Garlington called me back to come pick him up because he didn't have a ride.
What club were you all at?
Club Crucial.
And what day of the week was that?
It wasn't a Monday, so it had to be like a Saturday, something like that, if I am mistaken.
What did Garlington call you back for? Just to get a ride?
Yeah, at first just to get a ride, yes.
What then did it later turn into?
It later turned into a shoe.
Tell the jury how that happened.
I guess Garlington didn't want to let it go, and I was riding with Garlington. Which I probably wouldn't let it go neither, because another grown man ain't got no business putting his hand on no grown man.
So fill in the blanks and tell us from the time that you went to pick up Garlington, what happened that led you to participate in a drive-by shooting?
I don't remember. I can't remember all the details that happened that night, but I just know it was a drive-by shoot. Well, it wasn't a drive-by shoot.
What
It
was
was a
it?
shooting. Cause I didn't see nobody shoot,
What?
if that makes sense.
You don't?
Please explain.
I never seen them shoot, cause I dropped them off and I kept going.
And then what happened?
I guess they did the shooting.
Did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't know the name of the street.
Understood, but did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't remember.
Did you take them to more than one spot?
You don't remember. Keep that line.
Can you refresh my memory if you can?
Oh my God.
Let me try this another way. Were you asked to take Demekion Garlington or anyone else in the car with you to more than one spot?
No, I remember taking Zachary, to his cousin house somewhere.
So what happened at the spot that you said you dropped them off at?
I didn't know if he wasn't
I
there.
can't really, I don't really remember Ms. Love, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember all the details,
That
but I
man.
pleaded guilty to it.
Mr. Sledge, is a drive-by shooting or shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that's just commonplace for you?
Could you repeat it?
Is a drive-by shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that is just commonplace for you?
Could you break it down? 'Cause I don't understand what you're saying. You saying, is it in my mind or is it just something I do?
Is it something that is worthy of remembering for you? A drive-by shooting?
No,
It's not something that's worthy of remembering.
no,
So it's not a big deal for you?
not for me.
That's what he said. You heard him.
Was more than one house shot up after Demekion was jumped at the club?
Probably I wasn't there. I probably was, I'm saying, but I didn't take him to more than one place.
Do you recall going to Adele Drive
Where is that located?
off of Martin Luther King I'll rephrase. Do you recall going to an area off of Martin Luther King called Adele Drive?
Yeah, I think that was one.
Do you recall going to a location on Drew Drive?
No, they lied.
Night.
No, I don't recall going to drive, but I know it was all in my plea agreement. I just thought it was best in my interest. So I pleaded guilty to it.
Okay.
Did you ever talk about that shooting with Quindarius Zachary or Demekion Garlington
What you mean that night?
at any time?
No, we didn't really talk about it.
When I asked you whether you threatened to harm Kelvin Watts because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you said he was If Gang. Did you say that?
Yes,
Why did you make an assertion about If Gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
because it ain't, Ms. Love, it ain't like I don't know what y'all trying to put together. I know what you saying and I know what the state's saying, but that don't mean it gotta be true.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm just asking you questions so that you can speak to the jury?
And I answered it to the jury, like,
You didn't answer the question. My only question to you was, why is it that when I asked you whether you threatened to harm Shell Kell because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you responded at the time I made the threat, I didn't know he was If Gang.
I said I didn't know he was 9 Deuce.
Object. That's a
What?
misstatement of the
All right,
evidence.
Sustained, the witness corrected it.
Thank you. Why did you say that at the time you made the threat, you didn't know he was a member of that gang?
Because the state, this is what the state painted a picture that YSL, I'm answering the question if you're gonna let me answer.
Go.
The way I know the answer. If you're not gonna let
Go
me
right
answer,
ahead,
then
Keep going.
Sledge, go ahead.
because the state is painting a picture that YSL and 9 Do is the rival gang. So I know you saying it don't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Mm.
Has anyone instructed you to come in here and talk about what picture the state is trying to paint?
Come on, really?
No,
Has anyone instructed you just to be honest?
I'm being honest. You might think I'm not, but I'm telling you I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm being honest as I can.
So irrespective of the picture that the state, in your opinion, is trying to paint, why did you bring up the name of that particular gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
It's
Now
also,
it has been overruled.
it's also a misstatement, Your Honor. Miss Love brought up If Gang.
Right.
He said right.
Correct. Go
Right.
ahead, Ms. Love.
Ah,
How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture
What you mean?
as it relates to this drive-by shooting on April the 28th? How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture?
I don't know if Gunnington called him. I think Gunnington called him and told him he had got jumped on before I even made it back to Gunnington.
And so how did Quindarius Zachary get with you all?
What you mean? We went and got him.
Okay. So after you picked up Garlington from Crucial, you all then drove somewhere else and picked up Zachary?
Right.
Where did you all pick him up from?
I don't remember.
Who was it that told you which house or houses to go to?
I don't know who told Gunnington.
No, who told you you were driving, right?
Yeah,
Wait.
Gunnington told me how to get there.
Okay.
Love, they already have told you all this stuff. Well, you're right. You got to tell it to the jury. I'm sorry.
And you understand, I can't tell the jury. You
Right.
have to.
You're right.
she been doing it. He been trying to tell him.
Would you please tell the jury
She been testifying on the cool in the form of a question, a fake question.
whether at the time you took Garlington to that house, you knew or believed that it was the home of a rival gang member?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Did you see the guns that, did anyone have guns in the car at the time that you took Garlington to that house of the rival gang member?
We had guns. We roll with guns every day. Not one day, every day.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Garlington, and Zachary then.
Okay.
Whenever we was together.
At the time that you were together, were Garlington and Zachary also members of YSL? Apologies.
Well, everybody probably assumed they was YSL, but I can't, well, I heard them say YSL, put it like that. So I can't really actually say.
Was it your understanding at the time that you took them to that home of the rival gang member that both Garlington and Zachary were YSL?
I believe so, yeah.
How did Nine Deuce become a rival gang?
I have no idea.
Who was it a rival to?
You said, the state say YSL.
You're the only one that can get
Why?
testimony. So who was it a rival to with your understanding?
Well, from my understanding, it wasn't a rival with everyone who claimed YSL. There probably was certain people, not everyone.
He probably blocked you, Law Malcolm.
So who was it a rival to? Who was this gang a rival to?
Me, Garlington, and Zachary at the time.
No one else.
Not that I know of.
Did you say on December 28th, 2022, that you and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL?
Again, that was some you stated and some I initiated. I most definitely initiated that.
Earlier, did I go ahead.
Because none of the stuff on the paper, I never approved none of it. I signed, but if you would have came to me and asked me that before, I would have told you it wasn't true.
Uh-oh.
Earlier, when we were talking about changes that you asked to be made, do you remember having an opportunity to look at the document that is labeled 444 Yankee?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at the whole document.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
So if I give it back to you, will you look at each of the factual acknowledgments contained on the document?
I
Nope.
already told you.
Too late.
I initiated on it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I can
Do
look
you
at
need
it.
an opportunity to look back
I
at
can
it?
look back on it.
I hope this thing don't buffer. I gotta do something right quick.
When you've had a chance to read each of them, would you just look up? Could you read each of the items under that section, please?
You just read them, Ms. Love.
Do you not want to read them?
No, I don't want to.
Why don't you want to read them?
Because I don't want to read. I just answer to you.
Okay.
I don't want to read.
Having had the opportunity to look at the factual acknowledgments, what other factual acknowledgments besides the one you listed as 8 and 9 are you now saying aren't true?
Yes.
That is a misstatement of the evidence. He said that 7 is not true as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. Earlier, did I ask you to identify which portions of the factual acknowledgement that you asked the state to change?
And I told you 8, 9, and I couldn't remember if I asked you to change some, but I know some is false.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
If you understood that you could ask me to change 8 and 9, would you explain why you did not ask me to change any other ones?
I can't say, my Lord.
Did the state force you to sign this document?
I was forced. I feel like I was forced myself.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I feel like I was forced myself because I was going through something.
Explain what you're saying.
I was going through something with my mother being sick. I needed to get home to my mother. And if I went to trial, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright to go to trial.
Oh, wow.
Could you afford to ask Mr. Wright to make any further corrections to the document?
Mm-mm. Here we go.
That specific day, Miss Love, I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Did you swear under oath that each of these statements that you initialed were true?
Maybe, I don't even remember. I can't say. If that what it say, yeah.
Did you lie under oath?
No, I didn't lie.
Well, explain to the jury how they should reconcile those two statements.
I really can't explain it to you, Miss Love.
Did you sign a statement? Did you make a statement
I didn't
that
know. Go ahead.
that you have read and carefully reviewed the agreement that you were entering with the state, that you have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and that you acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein, that you fully understand the agreement and have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in the agreement have been made to you in furtherance of the agreement, and you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into the agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Did you make that statement on December 28th, 2022?
I think so.
Was that statement true or false at the time that you made it?
I don't know, Miss Love.
Why do you say you don't know?
I really don't. I just told you my intention was.
I understand.
No, you
And
don't.
my condolences for what you had to go through,
Oh, please.
but the jury
But-
needs to know
But
whether that statement that you made was true or false.
love, going on with all that. Go on somewhere.
Would you please tell them?
I guess it was true if I made it, Ms. Lord.
Why did you pause so long before answering?
Oh my goodness. Relevant.
I don't know.
Now, you were talking about having pled guilty to charges related to the drive-by shooting or to the shooting on April 28th, 2015.
I pleaded guilty.
Excuse me, Judge. At this time, can we get the instruction, please? That's the first question directly from the state.
Yes.
Ms. Levis.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that this co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial.
And what this meant to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Sledge, you mentioned pleading guilty to charges related to the April the 28th, 2015 shootings that you were just talking to the jury about. Do you
Yeah.
recall that?
Yes,
And when you pled guilty, did you do so in 2022 or did you do so in 2015 or 2017?
obviously I pleaded guilty 2017.
Thank you for that. So, at the time that you pled guilty in 2017 to the charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting after Demekion Garlington was jumped, was there a factual basis given for that plea? Do you understand the question?
No, what you mean? I
Okay.
don't.
First, let me ask you, when you pled guilty in 2017, did you have an attorney?
Yes,
And is the attorney that you had then the same one that you have now?
right,
And did you trust him then the way that you trust him now?
right.
And at the time you pled guilty, did the prosecutor tell the court that the evidence would show that on April 28, 2015, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sledge were at a club called Club Crucial on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway earlier in the evening when members of, and preface this by saying Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Zachary at this time were members of a gang called YSL or Young Slime Life. That at some point had been affiliated with the Blood Criminal Street Gang. There had been a falling out carrying from the fall of 2014 into 2015. This, for lack of a better term, gang war was going on at this time. Mr. Garlington was jumped at the club by members of a rival gang. Aaron Mills, Dominic Carter, and others that are members of a gang, which is a subset of If Gang or Inglewood Family Bloods, which is a gang that the dispute was going on with at that time, when Mr. Garlington was jumped and assaulted at the club. A decision was made by Mr. Sledge. They called Mr. Zachary, the co-defendant, to retaliate in some way. The evidence will show that Mr. Sledge drove the vehicle. Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were inside with weapons, and they first drove by Adele Avenue, 1428 Adele Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. And that location at the time is the home of Darren Mills and his mother, and at least one of his sisters and one of his cousins, and is an address that Darren Mills actually used and stayed at. He was one of the individuals that had assaulted Mr. Garlington earlier at the club. Mr. Sledge drove by and they shot at the house. There were not individuals outside of the house, but the house was shot. During the shooting of that house, Miss Denise Bell, who is the aunt of Darren Mills, while she was in her bed, sustained a gunshot to her buttocks and had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. She was shot. The house was shot up, and there were other individuals there at the time, including Cecilia Davis and Diamond Mills. Diamond Mills being Darren Mills' sister. Also, the car belonged to Cecilia Davis, which was in front of the house and received damage. The evidence is that Mr. Sledge was the driver of the car. After that, Mr. Sledge drove over to 1903 Drew Drive, Northwest, an apartment there was at the time being used by Philip Collins, who is Darren Mills' brother, and also present at the club and participated in the assault. In shooting at what they believed to be Philip Collins' apartment, they damaged apartments 1122 and 1120. Natasha Battle's apartment, which was 1120, her patio doors, windows, and couch were damaged from the gunfire. Ms. Troutman's apartment was 1122, and that was the other apartment that was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor, because I took a blind plea. And I think the judge read off the evidence. I don't recall what it was, though.
Okay. Do you recall hearing those words read by somebody in court as the reason or the factual basis for the charges that were being brought?
If I could explain, I pleaded guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest. You had two co-defendants. Some of what they said was true, and some they said wasn't true. But I did plead guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest.
Were you given an opportunity to say anything at the time that you entered that plea? Were you given an opportunity to make any statements?
No, not that I remember.
Do you recall the judge, after those statements were read, asking you, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing? Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I recall him asking me that.
Do you recall telling the judge, no, sir?
I remember telling him, thank him for the plea that he allowed. I remember that. I remember me telling him, thank him for the plea that he accepted on the non-negotiable plea,
Yes.
the blind plea or whatever it was.
Would you explain to the jury what your understanding of a blind plea is?
A blind plea that I understood that you leave the evidence up to the judge and the judge determine on the sentence.
At any time, did you tell the judge, I'm not admitting this, I'm just doing this because it's in my best interest?
Well, I didn't tell the judge that. I told my attorney that. When my attorney asked me, like, when he came to me with the plea deal, and I told him, I said, why I take the plea? Because it's best in my interest. You got two guys against one.
Hold on. At the time that you.
No, I didn't tell it to the judge.
That wasn't the question.
Oh.
At the time that you pled guilty, did you know what sentence the judge was going to give to you?
No. Not like no, I just knew it was
Did the judge, was it explained to you that you could receive up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
not if I understand. I think a deal was already worked out, if I ain't mistaken. That what made me take it. I think it was already worked out between my attorney and the state.
Do you understand the difference between a negotiated plea and a blind plea?
No,
Have you done anything besides a blind plea in front of a judge before?
Girl, let this go. She going down the wrong hole.
yes, I think I have, yes.
And when you pled guilty on December 28th, 2022, was that a blind plea or something else?
I think it was just a plea. It wasn't a blind plea though, if I'm not mistaken.
For
Yeah.
a regular plea, what do you understand to be the terms? In other words, do you know your sentence before you plead guilty with a regular plea?
I don't know, because before the blind plea, I knew my plea.
Why did you then distinguish for the jury that it was a blind plea?
It was, but I already knew the sentence. My lawyer had already aware to me that they was offering the same thing.
Not
They
a
was
me.
offering the co-defendants what they had pleaded guilty before me.
Okay.
So
He
when I
wasn't
pleaded guilty, my lawyer aware me that
aware
they
of
was
me.
offering the same plea deal that they gave them. But in my plea deal, I told my attorney that, like, I didn't want the probation. I just take the straight prison sentence.
Oh wow. Yeah, this
All
is
right, outside the presence of the jury? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna excuse y'all to the jury room.
Yeah, this just went off the rails. Like Love went down their whole rabbit hole for I don't know what reason, but to help him. Because now he's saying that he don't even understand what he signed. And that plea deal might not be binding. Yeah, he said he don't want no probation. He said send him to prison. Yeah, she is putting the jury to sleep. Like, yeah,
Yes.
she doing, yeah.
To do what? Sure. Yes, sir.
He's gonna move for me. Use the mic, Miss Trawler.
I have a motion for a mistrial.
Here we go.
The evidence has just come out that two co-defendants who, to my knowledge, at least one of them is not testifying and has entered a guilty plea, that is a confrontation clause violation to Mr. Williams and the other people on trial. In addition, Your Honor gave an instruction with the last line, and I know it was objected to previously, but I want to stress this, that if it's a prior inconsistent statement, it can be used against Mr. Williams and the other people. That was premature, because I don't believe there's anything inconsistent as of now. And then the third reason I'm moving for a mistrial in the aggregate, Your Honor, is that the prosecutor uses and reads the statement of the then prosecutor, I believe it was the Honorable Mr. Bailey, who entered this plea and gave a factual basis. But she did not make it clear that the Honorable Derek Wright said on page 12 of this transcript to the same court that Mr. Sledge is tendering the plea under Alford,
Thank you.
which is ALFORD.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. And honestly, I thought that we were going to be dealing with the guilty plea that he took in this case. And yeah, that's problematic that this 2015 case is an Alford plea. And so I don't think that any of what I said with regard to admissions is actually true, even against this. I mean, he's saying he pled under Alford, and I don't know why the disposition sheet doesn't say that, but it is very clear that this is an Alford plea in this 2015 case. So Mr. Wright wants to share something. Yes, sir.
Oh,
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah. Maybe don't wait so long next time.
thank you.
But, I mean, I'm definitely going to, Ms. Love, do you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
One, we'd ask that the court deny the motion for mistrial. Number two, we would ask, as it relates to the assertion that no inconsistent statement was made, in the factual acknowledgments.
Okay, no, see, that's the deal with an Alford plea, is you are not acknowledging that the facts are true like you would in a regular guilty plea. You're saying, I think that the state has enough evidence that a jury could be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these facts are true. But
Yeah.
you're not acknowledging on your own, yes, these are true.
Your Honor, when
Yes.
I spoke of the factual acknowledgments, I meant 444Y.
Well, that's what I thought you meant.
Within 444Y, we referenced this particular
All right, let's,
section.
maybe if you can point me specifically, let me pull that one up.
Page
Which number? Go ahead.
number 3 on page 3 of 7, under defendant's factual, I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4, on defendant's factual acknowledgments, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Okay, and so those factual assertions, what I read as the limiting instruction would be true for. But the factual basis that you just read out from the 2015 one, that's a whole lot more than what's in numbers 4 and 5.
Your Honor, in number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3, 4, and 5 above.
Okay.
And
That's what you should have read.
so if I'll, of course, comply with whatever appropriate instruction that the court deems necessary to give as it relates to the conviction of this witness for 15 SC 1
How you know she'll give instruction? How you know it's not a mistrial?
38994, but given the factual acknowledgments that were made as it relates to 22 SC 183572, and the fact that this witness did not assert, even though the plea was given in his best interest, he was allowed an opportunity to say what he said here, and he did not say it.
No.
She trying to twist
When
it
a
up.
defendant has an attorney who is saying, we are pleading this because we believe it to be in his best interest, the defendant does not then independently need to say, yeah, by the way, judge, here's what Alfred means. So
Understood.
no. Are you going to tender for admission any part of 444Y?
Yes, the state intended to tender 444Y.
In its entirety?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Any objection to that being tendered or admitted in its entirety?
And if there is an objection to it, then
All right,
we would just.
let's find that out.
Okay.
Oh, who just said that? Y'all heard that? That's Harvey cussing back there. Y'all hear Harvey cussing? You gotta turn it up. Yeah, Harvey. That was Harvey back there.
Yes, I object at this point to the entirety of the document unless the state can give reasons for which parts of the document are admissible at this time. And if they're not tendering yet, I understand that. But I can't get around how we got here. I'm trying to follow this factual basis, and I realized I asked Mr. Renard, Renard, for this, and we're in a different case.
Yeah, we are.
And then his lawyer jumps up at the end.
So, we've been talking about these 2015 crimes, and we've been talking about, what's been going on in this 22 indictment. I guess that's how it came about. But I wish we'd been a little more specific about it all beforehand, because I noticed this morning that this was an Alfred plea.
Oh, please.
And I would have had issues with when you started reading out the factual basis. I'm thinking, well, is this some other case that I don't know about that's not the 2015 case and not the 22 case? Because we should have been reading the factual basis from the 2015 case.
Your Honor, the 2015 case, I understand what the court is saying. The 2015 case is one of the overt acts that we allege in the indictment. And as it relates to the defendant's conviction for the 2015 case, we believe that it would be appropriate is an appropriate matter for cross-examination, and it appropriately falls under the portion of the court's instruction where it tells the jury that the conviction itself is not to be considered as evidence. And to the extent that Mr. Sledge is asserting that he didn't do it, that he dropped someone off, that is what he asserted, by the way. He said that he was not present. He dropped him off, and it was only one house.
Well, we all know how party to a crime works. So, yeah, he said I didn't shoot, but
he
He
said
did
he
admit
didn't.
to being the driver.
And so
It's still
to the
a plea.
extent that
He wasn't
he
ready to go.
said that the statement contained in his factual acknowledgement that he and fellow YSL associates, and I'd also point out that early on he made a very blatant inconsistent statement that YSL is not a gang.
That ain't what you
And
using it for, though.
in this factual acknowledgement
All
section,
right, we're not going to use anything in the
Right.
factual acknowledgement section of the 2015 plea.
Right.
in the 22 SC
Okay,
183.
okay, yeah, no, I mean, all of that is inconsistent with any of his trial
Right.
testimony
Oh, don't it
is
come
fair
in.
game for you to tender for admission and for them to consider as substantive evidence against everybody. The issue we have that needs to get cleared up is that before I read this limiting instruction, I thought you were going to tender the guilty plea to this 22 SC case. And it turns out that you were talking about the 2015 case, which I understand you're saying we did part of that as, part of the 22 factual acknowledgements. So those factual acknowledgements in there are fine as well. When I say in there, I mean in this 22 case. But I'm going to have to clarify for the jury that what I told them about prior inconsistent statements
does
it
not apply.
does not
to.
apply, and that everything you just read from that guilty plea
Struck from the
also
record.
needs to be disregarded.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to the court's instruction to the jury regarding the inconsistent statement not applying, we would only ask that the court specify that the court is speaking as to the factual basis that I asked the witness about
No, you got it wrong.
in 15 SC 138994, particularly where he
No.
has testified and he pled in his best interest.
Okay, and you haven't tendered yet the 444Y. And so at the point in time when you tender that, then I'll say, okay, for this one, this
Okay.
is true.
I see what, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. If anybody wants to suggest specific language, I'm willing to listen. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of
And,
give it my best shot.
I would
and
like,
Your Honor, may I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Because number one, the court has previously instructed the jury that questions, and I understand the content of the question needs to be addressed. But given that the witness has testified that he pled guilty in his best interest, and given that
No. She's trying to spin
he
it.
can
No.
also be cross-examined
No.
as to whether or not he can, he was asserting these things.
Mm-mm.
We don't believe that anything beyond a
No.
instruction regarding the factual basis.
She don't want the jury to know that she messed up. So she's trying to clean it up. No, the jury need to know that everything you said need to be struck and disregarded because they shouldn't have heard it in the first place.
This 415 SC 138994 not being considered a statement of the witness, rather, is required.
Okay.
I just respectfully don't think that goes far enough.
Right.
You have a prosecutor who's saying it's just a blind plea. She leaves out everything about Alfred. She elicits, and I'm not saying that she could have anticipated this, but her questioning elicits that a non-testifying severed co-indictee pled guilty also. That is a total confrontation clause violation. It's the second time.
All right. And that's Zachary and.
Well, Mr. Zachary, I anticipate may testify.
Right.
I don't know if he hasn't yet, but it definitely includes Mr. Garlington, who the state has said will not be testifying. And then, just for you to know, you were not here, but the predecessor judge permitted over objection the state to do the same thing. They did it with a Mr. Winfrey, just like the court reporter's last name. He's not going to testify. No one believes he's going to testify. The state doesn't say he's going to testify. And they got out that he pled guilty. So they're aware of all this. And in fact, the state elicited in that case that the gentleman, Mr. Winfrey, pled guilty to avoid plea. It was vacated by the Supreme Court of
right.
Georgia.
Yeah, I remember you.
So, and
Didn't
then
he enter another one after the fact, though, anyway?
5 years later, Alfred plea and said I'm
Okay.
specifically innocent.
Yep.
I mean, it was a farce.
Right.
And
Okay.
and then the predecessor judge wouldn't even let me examine the witness. And Miss Love said that the witness I could call in my case in chief on direct. So the reason I'm bringing that up is this is not new.
Okay. What's your intention with regard to Mr. Garlington? Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor, no. And Mr. Steele is absolutely correct in terms of the witness testifying about Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary and his doing that. There's nothing that indicates that the only reason he did that was because they pled guilty. So that is not, in other words, his statements that he gave to the jury about Mr. Garlington pleading guilty and all of that are not something that I asked him about or expected him to be talking about.
Right. Okay. But nonetheless, we have that now before the jury.
We would
so-
ask that the court tell the jury to strike, disregard, put out of their mind anything about the Mr. Garlington pleading guilty.
Just to say anyone other than the witness on the stand.
Okay.
No, disregard the whole thing she just read.
But Mr. Zachary is a witness.
I know that, but he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So
no.
deal with it when he gets called.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, at a jury trial, we are always assessing the credibility of witnesses. My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted to be impugned by the state by suggesting that either he should have been making a statement or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his adopted, admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
Well, we need to hear.
Make absolutely clear that he was in the position he was taking, that it was in his best interest.
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back?
We want to hear what you're gonna tell them to make sure it's right.
That is a great idea. Let's all do that. Or take that opportunity. Okay, that is denied.
Next question, can you just acknowledge that I would have done that?
Yes. All right, let's take 5 or 10 minutes ourselves.
Oh well. Y'all, so there we have it. Miss Love read something into evidence that she had no business reading into evidence, and then she tried to twist it to say she tried to think of all these different reasons why she could have read it into evidence, but she was thinking of these reasons after the fact. Oh, I could have read it into evidence because of this, this, and this. No, that wasn't the reason you read it into evidence. You didn't read it because it was impeachment or a prior inconsistent statement. You read it, and you had no business reading it. You read the wrong case from 2015 because he didn't technically plead guilty. He just basically took a plea saying, if I was to go to trial, the state may have enough evidence to find me guilty, so I'm just going to take a plea. So it's almost like pleading no contest. That's not the same as pleading guilty. But I mean, still, he's a sharp lawyer. What he did was he let He knew Love was reading the wrong thing, but he let her read it first, right? Let her read it. And now he has another reason for a mistrial, another reason for an appeal. You don't stop her, say, hey, she's not supposed to be reading that. No, let her finish. You don't correct your opponent when they're making a mistake. You let them finish, and then you say, Judge, she read something she wasn't supposed to read. What I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody want to come up, feel free to do so. And yeah, and I mean, I'm sure none of the defendants want a mistrial. Nobody want to start this trial all over again. I mean, do Young Thug want to sit in jail another year or two so we can start another trial? Absolutely not. But you have to ask for a mistrial for the record, because if you don't, the appellate court, when they appeal, that's the first thing they're going to look for. Did you ask for a mistrial? Okay, well, if you didn't ask for a mistrial then, don't come in here at the appeals court and ask for one now. So that's why we always ask for a mistrial, even when we really don't want one. We have to, because the appeals court require us to do it. So y'all drop the link. Anybody want to come up right quick while we got about a few minutes? Kevin Trotter, who told the judge not to grant a mistrial? Did Fonnie Willis tell her that? But yeah, you gotta ask for that the mistrial, because if not, let's say you lose, then the appeals court, all they will say is the only reason you're appealing is because you want a second bite at the apple. If you really wanted it fixed, you should have asked for a mistrial at the trial level. Don't wait until you lose and then come to us and ask for a redo. Ask for one right when it happens. Somebody say Mr. Steele is the GOAT. Jiggy say you can't unring a bell. And then Kevin Trotter say you sure can unring a bell. Who thinks that you can unring a bell? Who thinks that the jury can forget what they heard? Can you unring it? Yes or no? Danny Steele. So we got two no's. There, Miss Danny C, Miss Deborah, Danny Steele, Miss Deborah C, Curly Lock Diva. They cannot forget. Miss Regina W, no. Pink Adjuster, no. No. I don't know. It looks like Jiggy was on point with this one, according to the chat. Kevin Trotter, I think you you all voted this one. And actually, who think that Love? Let me make sure we're all the way to the end. He was a little bit behind. Who think that Love did too much in the first place? Like, she made her point. I mean, we've been going at this since what, 8, 9 o'clock? You made your point. She just had to keep going, and guess what? Now we're here. I wanted to see if we could somebody said go to Thugger Daily. I was trying not to open up no new links so it wouldn't buffer as much, but hey, if it does, we on break. We got time. Somebody said go to Thugger Daily and see what his plea deal said. I don't know if I can make this bigger. So these are his initials. Okay. Number one, defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea, the district attorney can and will use the contents of this document / agreement during any judicial proceeding. Number two, defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety. And the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections, aka prison. Did y'all see what that said? If he violates any provision, his probation may be revoked. Number three, defendant understands fully that any violation of any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement shall result in the defendant being, and let's see, we got another page from and shout out to Thugger Daily. Let's see if this one's one. All right, let me open up the second one if I can. Okay, okay. Defendant understands fully any violation, okay, will result in defendant being, and then I'll pick it up here. Sentence on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law. Number four, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, the defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in this plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to non-price, nolo pros. That basically means don't prosecute count 30 this indictment. So right now he has count 1 and count 30. Count 1, he has probation. Count 30, they are agreeing to dismiss it after this trial is over with. But if he don't play ball, not only would they revoke his probation for count 1, then they could go ahead and proceed to trial on count 30. Number 5, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of any provision of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, which is this one, shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to count 30 and may result in defendant being, I guess the word was begin, they crossed it up, being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years. Oh, come on, not 35 years. And that was my issue this morning. When he said YSL not a gang, and that stuff he pled to, he agreed to. Now he's saying it's not. So now he could be looking to, y'all see the last sentence right there? That say to serve as much as 35 years. And if I'm not mistaken, his case is still in Judge Glanville's court. Judge Glanville was only removed from this case, not from the people that already pled. So imagine if Love go back to him after this trial is over with and say, hey, he didn't play ball. He pled in this is his plea agreement. And then the court transcript, he's saying that it's not. So he contradicted himself. Glanville might revoke his probation and sentence him to prison. Not only that, they may even turn around and charge him with perjury and making false statements. So he in a bind. And I don't like his attorney his attorney been sitting still all day. When still objected, then his attorney finally jumped up and said something. And the judge was like, well, you should have been faster. Why didn't you say something earlier? I'm talking about Antonio attorney. I think they're back. Let's go back. I'm with you. My attorney will be sitting right next to me. Somebody say his attorney's slow. Like, right? As soon as my client would have said something like that that could violate his plea agreement, that was like the first thing he said this morning. I would have called for a recess and took him out back. And he would have came back in and said he misspoke. He would have said he misspoke. He didn't understand the question. Now, he still would have had to testify. I mean, like I said earlier, he could have crafted it. Is YSL a gang? Well, according to the police, we are a gang. YSL is a gang. They're accused of being a gang. So I guess, so according to police and law enforcement, we are a gang. But to us, we were a record label, but the police labeled us as a gang. And you answered the question. You don't violate your plea agreement. Move on. Next question. Somebody said 35 years, I would have told on you. I would have expected you to. I would have put you in that situation. 35 years, I would have told him. Somebody said the jailer like she just had a dream. Y'all know what? Oh my goodness. This is wild. What is, yeah, I don't know who his attorney is.
Just to say something.
Poised.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you're going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I'd ask the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says.
Yeah, I mean, he can clarify. He can say why it's still a gang and clarify his reasoning as to why he said it's a gang. But he's not required to answer word for word. Dream job. He said, "Yeah, we a gang," and I say we're a gang on the paper because we've been labeled a gang.
1775. I left out a number.
Love got one of them. What's it called? I guess you have on your phone so people can't see your screen. Look how dark her screen is.
Do you have any suggested language? I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give at us as an admonishment.
I haven't.
He said he got plenty of suggestive language.
We can come up with something.
All right. Well, let's endeavor to do that right now.
So they're coming up with something to tell the jury how to tell them that Love messed up and to disregard everything she said. Even though, let's be clear, did the jury really pay attention to what she just said? Hell, I don't even know what she was reading. Do they really remember? If you get
To make a response.
You may.
if you give them a pop quiz right now, I bet you nobody in that jury can say what happened in that paragraph she read.
Go ahead.
Now, okay. Your Honor, given that 17875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183-572, it contains, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demekion Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, and among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence,
It's not before him right now.
the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
That's not what she did, though.
The fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that was not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit.
Yes, she did. Oh my goodness, yes, she did.
I'm going to give a rebuke.
A rebuke?
Miss Love. I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case.
A rebuke. A pat on the hand. Slap on the wrist. Come on.
Got to have a tough skin.
See,
suggested language, Mr. Harvey, or others.
I hope they tell her, give her
Some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody.
How you know what she intended?
Tables.
I mean, I need y'all to give a good instruction.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute regarding the rebuke.
We also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17875, and I think the court in front
more
of the
than
jury
that
can say,
he messed up.
I admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard, and the state should not do that again.
Right. See, Love don't want to be reprimanded in front of the jury. She's trying to stop it. No, y'all need to tell the jury she was wrong for what she did. As she continued to be wrong. She didn't done this before.
What the annotations say is
Call her out.
what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment.
Thank you.
And I mean, sometimes you need to just,
stop.
Keep your powder dry and
You
not argue every single thing.
Told you.
The nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So,
See, that's what I said earlier. She went too far. She was already did a good job. She, he confessed that he did the plea, but she wanted to keep on arguing. She went too far. Sometimes you need to leave well enough alone, and she did not. And it's the cost in her. Now, the jury, she's gonna get embarrassed in front of the jury, and now the jury's not gonna trust her if they don't already for the rest of the trial.
and I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh, no. we do not
Okay,
want a
then
mistrial.
maybe stop arguing at this point.
Ooh,
Okay.
ooh, yeah, I heard her.
Now, in
All
terms
right.
of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an Alford plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea, but, we already talked about the whole factual basis.
But it
so
don't
let's
have
not
it's
rehash
not
that.
the same weight of a guilty plea
Okay.
though. Because if it was the exact same, you wouldn't need no need for it to have it. I mean, it wouldn't be called an alpha. Everything is guilty. There wouldn't be no distinction between the two. You can't say they the same or they both. No, they don't want that mistrial. They didn't put so much money in this trial. And then that'd be bad, right?
All right, and after I give the instructions, I'm going to ask y'all, I understand that the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions that you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything, I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions, okay? All right. All right, let's get the jury back out. And I mean, I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
Will the court
Here-
prior to,
go ahead.
will the court prior to bringing in the jury, would the court be willing to read the,
What I'm going to
Rebuke.
say, well, I don't know what the rebuke? I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of, after I explain to them what they're not to consider, I also admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury.
Oh, she ain't gonna like that. Ooh, I know she don't like that.
Mr. Harvey wants more. What else? I'll consider it.
They say rebuke her.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
For the rest of the night?
reasonably speaking, though.
That
Well,
may be
wait,
going
hold
a
on,
little
say
bit-
that.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
For the rest of the night?
reasonably speaking, though.
That may be going a little bit too far. But that's already been asked for, by the way. And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to
Come on, Jen.
rebuke the state for asking those, for eliciting that improper
Come on.
testimony.
R.I.P. Sonya, mad,
so Your Honor,
Massey.
it wasn't improper testimony, it
Okay.
was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
Right.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
No, you done. They're gonna read whatever they look at Brown. Brown messy. Look at her. He laughing. Look how he looking at her. He don't like her neither.
I will
Oh,
say you should not have put that factual rendition
yeah, you gotta own it. We here now.
before the jury as anything this witness admitted to.
I mean, as a
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty
Okay.
in 2017, because
I understand.
I mean,
Your Honor.
Give me just a second.
I mean, she was getting him
Sorry.
to admit, some stuff. So she was doing fairly decent as a prosecutor, but she didn't leave well enough alone. She could have just said no further
Yes.
questions. And look,
Let me request that the court consider including in its admonition the following language, if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations.
oh wow,
Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
no, that's a bit
All
much.
right.
That's a bit much. 'Cause when you talking about the
I'll do
ethics,
a little bit of it, but not all of it.
right?
What was that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right. Well, they're
That's
not
fine.
presenting evidence, so.
And
All
must,
right.
and should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations.
All
And
right.
They're not gonna put
Thank you.
that.
I'm not going to do that.
They're not gonna do that one. Yeah, that's a bit much. Cause
You got
that's
some more? All right. I think this is going to be enough.
I mean, because as
All right,
attorneys,
let's get the jury out.
we're officers of the court, so we're always under we're always like under the rules.
I mean, do y'all want the witness in here for this? No. Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness to not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out.
Look, she didn't want to be in there when the jury is told that. No, you need to be in there when they tell them. She want to be outside. No,
Be in here? Okay,
Your Honor, we do request that
fine.
the witness is present.
okay.
you want to show.
Somebody let.
She want the pink adjuster. She want to show off her pink today. Show it
You can
off.
hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in, so.
Love don't want to be in there. Look, she still found a way to get out. Where'd she go? To the restroom? No, love. You gotta face the music. She running. Yes. Yeah, the witness need to know that she finna get in trouble for how she treated him. This is some wild stuff. This is wild. Oh, thank y'all for the people that subscribed. There we go. Thank y'all. I see y'all coming in.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, let's listen to this rebuking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Ms. Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading it from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying, I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard is, and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to, he had no requirement to, he had no responsibility to, okay? So basically what I told you about, oh, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting. Okay. So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting. All right. So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything in addition that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yolanda Banks, for becoming a member. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sledge. Would you tell the jury? One moment.
Oh, yeah. She discombobulated. She don't know where to go now. Oh. She don't know what folder to pick up. Come on. Help her out. Look, Hilton gone. Somebody said Hilton and hid under the table. Hilton hiding. You ain't finna embarrass me. Hilton say, you not finna embarrass me.
Whether you are familiar with the person by the name of Antonio Sumlin, who goes by the name Obama.
Obama?
I know of him.
How do you know of him?
Just send him around.
I bet he do.
Have you ever have have you ever
We
hung
probably
out
been in the
with?
same. We probably been in the same vicinity, but I never hung with him. He never been in a car with me. He never nothing like that.
What about Martinez Arnold?
Yes, I know Martinez.
How long have you known him?
I've been knowing Martinez on a, whoa, it's been a minute. I can't actually tell you how long, but it's been a minute.
Is he a person that you know who also answers to the name Duke?
Yes,
Is Martinez Arnold YSL?
he's an artist of YSL.
And what about Antonio Sumlin? Is he YSL?
I can't tell you yes or no to that answer.
Now, putting aside matters in 2017, as they relate to December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you make an assertion while speaking with the state through your attorney that YSL is not a gang?
I don't think I made it in that plea agreement, but in 2015, okay, right.
In 2022, December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you assert that YSL is not a gang?
No,
At any point, did you assert that YSL members, that you are unaware of 3 or more YSL members who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? At any point, did you make that assertion?
I don't remember.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory?
Yes, if you have anything that can refresh my memory.
What do you believe would refresh your memory?
Nothing.
I can't say whatever you have. If I can look at it and go over it, and then I can.
Would looking at
Well, that's really good.
444Y refresh your memory?
No, you don't know what that
Factual
is.
acknowledgements, okay.
You don't even know what that is.
Approaching the witness with 444Y.
All right.
See, that's another thing his lawyer should have put him on to. She asked, would it refresh your memory? No. Move on. All right, just say no. If she can't show it.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes,
Does it refresh your memory?
yes,
Okay. So at any point, did you assert that YSL is not made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes to increase the reputation of YSL?
I misunderstood that question because from our understanding, y'all say 3 or more people that commit a crime is a gang.
Why do you keep tying the state's understanding to your answers?
Because that's my understanding. You can't. That's my understanding. When I was arrested, that's what Gator and Dennis, not the state. I'm sorry, Detective Gator and Dennis provided us with, which they probably misled us.
And so when you say that's what they provided us with, what does whatever it is that you're speaking of have to do with your acknowledgement that YSL is made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL? What does one thing have to do with the other?
I don't know, Ms. Lord. I don't know.
Is there any part of section 1 under your factual acknowledgments that you did not understand?
Yes, because I thought just 3 or more people that committed a crime, y'all would consider it as a gang.
Again, let me ask
I
you
didn't
this question.
understand it then. Ms.
Is
Lord.
the word gang in section 1?
Yeah, but it said identify.
I'm sorry, what are you
Because
saying?
it said, when you identify, it said identify, when you identify gang members, you identify with colors and hand signals. So that's why I took it as a gang.
So my question to you is not at this point about you taking something as a gang. It's specifically related to YSL being made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL. Is that what you acknowledged in count 1?
Yes, I initiate, yes.
Okay. So how does what Gaither or Dennis may or may not have said to you, what does that have to do with whether or not you know about 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL?
I can't say.
You also said you've been a member of YSL since 2012. Your memory was refreshed.
Yes, because as it went on, it started as a neighborhood gang, but as
Wait. I'm
a
sorry.
neighborhood gang,
What are you saying? Spell what you're saying.
GANG,
Okay. What started as a neighborhood gang?
YSL.
All right. What do
But
you mean when you say gang in that sentence?
You ain't let me finish the first.
I promise you I will, just if you don't mind. Can you tell the jury what you mean when you say gang right there?
What it said, gang. 3 or more people.
Keep going.
It's a gang, you say.
No. I can't testify, so it has to be you and your
I
words.
just said 3 or more people is a gang.
So when you say that YSL started as a neighborhood gang, what is it that you mean? That it just has 3 or more people?
Yeah, because, well, I guess, from my understanding, I guess,
So tell the jury what you understand a gang to be, apart from Gaither, Dennis, or anyone from the state. What is Mr. Antonio Sledge's understanding of what a gang is?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for a legal conclusion by this witness.
No, sir, it doesn't. So I'm going to overrule that. She's asking about his lay understanding of it.
my understanding of the gang was 3 or more people hanging together. That's my understanding. I didn't think you had to be committing a crime to be a gang.
So continue explaining why you said it started out as a neighborhood gang.
Because that was my understanding of it.
Okay. And so then what happened?
Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL the label. So it departed from the gang.
So who all was a part of the neighborhood gang called YSL?
I can't name. In this courtroom, I don't see anybody, but you got a couple of us. I can say I was. I'm gonna say I was. I can't name the other people. I'm gonna stick with I was.
Who started YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I wasn't there when they started, so I don't know.
What is your understanding of who started it?
Mondo said he started. He ain't on this case.
Why do you mention that Mondo isn't on this case?
I'm just saying, you said who started YSL the game?
Okay.
You, s-
So is
he,
Mondo, to your knowledge, also YSL, a YSL gang member?
I don't know. I never hung with Mondo. I don't really even know him.
So who did you hang with as part of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
Well, I guess you could say Stevens. I don't want to name the other people they did. I don't want to name the deceased, if that okay with you.
Is Stevens the only living person that you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
That I know personally?
That you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I can't think of right now off the top of my head.
Is every person that you hang with or consider a friend or a loved one a member of a gang?
Had they been a member of a gang?
Is everybody that you hang with a member of the gang YSL?
I wouldn't say that.
What makes some people a member of the gang YSL and some people not, in your mind?
Based on what you say, based on what you tell me. If you told me you were YSL the gang, then that's my understanding. If you tell me you were part of YSL the label, that's my understanding.
Okay.
That don't mean it have to be true. You just,
Is it your testimony that the only requirement to be considered a gang in your mind is that 3 or more people hang out together?
No, because I thought to be in the game, you have to be whatever they call it, jumped in, beat in, whatever you want to call it.
So that's why I was asking you earlier. Tell the jury what Mr. Sledge's understanding of a gang is. Outside of anything you've heard from the state, tell the jury what your understanding of what a gang is.
I just told you, Ms. Lord.
All right. You said earlier, did you, that it just means that 3 people are hanging together?
I said that's part of three or more people hanging together. And some other way they said you have to be jumped in the gang. That's why I never consider YSL as a gang, because you don't have to get jumped in YSL to be YSL. A lot of people just say they YSL and run with it. And then I don't think for YSL, there's so many different people that probably claim gangs. You got Crips, you got Blood, you got GD, you even got what we call them civilians that say they YSL. So all that can't even go together as being a gang.
Okay. So given what can't go together as being a gang, just tell the jury what you think, what has to be present for a group to be considered a gang in your mind.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what the state has labeled and previously provided to the defense, but I will provide again as State's Exhibit 410 Yankee to State's Exhibit 442 Yankee. And I will provide to the defense another copy. They have it already? Okay. Would you take a look at the photographs that are labeled States 410 Yankee
to 4. Let me actually enumerate. So 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 4 and tell me if you recognize those photographs. And Your Honor, I did not yet say 425, so I'm not tendered 425.
All right, say, well, it's 410Y through 424Y and then 426Y through 430Y.
Yes.
I can't see 427. It's blurry.
Can you pull up 427 on digital?
It's blurry.
I'll bring you a digital copy of 427.
You don't need no digital copy. Let it go. You don't need no digital.
So for now, Your Honor, we won't
All right.
consider 427 until I present that at a different time. Have you had a chance to look at 410 through 424 and 426 and then 428 through 430?
Yes,
Yankee,
yes.
do you recognize those photographs?
We can saw Yankee and Doodle at this point.
I see him now, so yeah.
Are you depicted in those photographs?
Yeah,
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of you at the time that the photographs were taken?
She ain't learned nothing. She hasn't learned nothing.
photographs, I see that much.
The judge told her
Are
sometime.
they fair and accurate depictions of you at
Yes,
the time? Okay.
yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 410 Yankee, for
The judge already told her.
411 Yankee,
Leave well enough
Actually,
alone.
410 through 424 Yankee, 426 Yankee, and 428 Yankee through 430 Yankee.
All right. Is there another-
Got it.
Understood.
At
Are they
this,
admitted, Your Honor? Did the court say yes?
Yes, they're
Okay,
admitted.
thank you. All right. So, Mr. Sledge, I'm going to start out with 410 Yankee.
she beating a dead or she
And I'm
wasted
going
the
to display it on the screen right over your right shoulder.
she wasting the entire.
Okay. And if we could just blow that up.
Yeah, she keeps showing on the same rack. She makes me want to throw my teeth. Love, we get it. Let's move on. It's 4 hours. Longer than that. I came on 4 hours. Court's been going on with it. 9. That's 6 hours. 6.5. Brown.
Did you have a social media? Do you use social media, Mr.
Yes.
Sledge?
Yes.
What platforms of social media do you use?
I don't have like an Instagram.
What is your Instagram name?
I think it's double OG Tounk right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
What was it in 2015?
Right here it say triple OG Tounk.
And does right there accurately reflect what your Instagram name was in 2015?
Yes.
All right. What types of things did you post on Instagram?
I post a lot on Instagram. Pictures of me and friends, probably sometime my kids.
And everyone having different reasons for posting. What are some of the reasons you would post on Instagram?
It's a website. It's an entertainment site.
Okay. Did you sometimes post messages on Instagram?
Maybe.
Looking at 410 Yankee. All right. What message did you post on the picture in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee?
YSL, fuck the rest, love. Fuck the rest, love.
He talking to you, love.
And what is next to the word
Love.
100, 2 green heart, 2 green snakes.
And how is it that you spell the word immediately to the right of YSL?
How did I spell it?
Yes, how did you spell it?
I talked to see y'all and put an X in it
Why?
because that's what I wanted to do.
Why did you want to do that?
Why did I can't do it?
You can. I'm just asking why
okay.
you wanted to do it.
Oh, okay, so he
There was
can.
no reason.
It was ringing to. Okay.
She said you can.
Would you tell the jury who all is depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee for the record?
I can't name all them people right now. I can only name the people I know.
Would you stand up, being careful, do not trip over the ledge?
Yeah, I got a bad leg.
I don't want you to trip. And point out the people to the jury that you do know and tell their names.
Not a bad leg.
I see me. I see Mr. Arnold. I see Mr. Kendra, Shannon.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to give you this microphone so that you can point out. Speaking to it though.
Y'all don't have a laser pointer? We had I mean, a laser pointer would be a better idea than a stick, but either would be better than just.
Your point, I'm not saying I don't know these people.
Judge said she.
Honor.
Judge said she ain't trying to get hit in her head with a stick. Hold on. Have we not learned anything from the?
Your pointer. I mean, a laser pointer would be a better idea than a stick, but either would be better than just.
Your point, I'm not saying I don't know these people.
Use the microphone.
Honor. Stevenson.
Use.
Yeah, that's Roscoe. Garlington.
Let's go with where the pointer is. Do you see that white pointer?
That's Garlington.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think that's Pee
Not the stripper and the.
Pee Wee, do you know his real name?
Not the stripper.
Jimmy Winfrey?
I think that. I don't actually remember. I think that's what it is, though.
Go ahead.
Stevenson.
All right.
Me.
All right.
I think that's Jeffrey.
Uh-huh.
Shannon.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Arnold.
Okay.
I can't see who that is.
All right.
I don't know.
Not the stripper.
You can't even see his face.
Can you tell who the person is in the white hoodie to the far left of the screen?
I don't really know him.
What about the one to the far right of the screen?
I don't really know him either.
Okay. Now, thank you. You can have a seat.
Give her her mic back, please. Oh, she got it. She got it back.
Is the date and time reflected on that post April 28th, 2015 at 11:58 a.m.?
I don't see the time, but I see the. Oh yes, yes, that's the time of the day.
All right.
Y'all so serious. These witnesses
Do
ain't
you
working.
have any reason why you posted this particular picture with that particular caption on April 28th, 2015?
I don't have any reason. the person who's over YSL, the label, right there in the picture.
All right.
He have a YSL shirt on.
No, you got to say these witnesses ain't witnessing.
Person that's over YSL, the label, has a YSL shirt on?
No, I said that Mr. Jeffrey, who owns, or who's over YSL, the label,
I wanted to.
is right there in the picture.
Is it your testimony, or you said earlier rather, that Mondo said he started YSL, the gang?
I never said the label. I said the gang. That's what he said. I didn't say he started.
I said that you said Mondo said.
I heard Mondo say he started YSL, the gang. So
from your understanding, is there anyone other than Mondo who started YSL, the gang?
The gang.
what I don't want to say because it's hearsay.
I just want to know your understanding of the gang you were a member of in 2012.
Hearsay, I could say Stevenson, they said.
So when you, how did you become a member of YSL?
I just started saying I was YSL. Like I told you, anybody can say that.
Okay.
Right.
Do you know a young man named Walter Murphy who answers to the name DK?
Yeah, I know Walter Murphy.
Is he YSL?
Oh, you got to ask him. Yeah, just stay away from that.
I heard him say it before, so I guess.
Yeah. Oh.
Tell the jury who all in this picture that you posted on April the 28th, 2015 are members of YSL.
You got to ask them. You got to ask them. Don't get in that.
Do you want me to tell you the people who the label YSL, or you want to tell the people that that would probably say they was YSL the game.
They're not gonna do that, Anthony.
YSL in any capacity, tell the jury
Okay, the
what
label,
people you were referring to when you said
you got,
YSL, FUXK, the rest, love.
all right, you got Jeffrey Williams, he had a YSL the label. You got Mr. Honor, he's an artist. You got Mr. Kendrick, he's an artist. You got Mr. Stillwell, was trying to become an artist of YSL. Mm.
She
And
said they weren't doing
YSL in any way, label, gang.
Oh my God.
Who in this photograph would you consider YSL?
you can freeze me so because
You can peruse
you
me.
had certain people initiated YSL one way, and you had other people initiated another way. So I can actually say, since they not part of the label, and they probably will consider themselves, well, I don't know where Roscoe really was, but he considered himself as the label. So I say me, probably at the time, I worked it for the label, but I could say, I guess Stevenson, Garnerton, they never worked for the label. So, and I told you the other ones, I don't know.
What is the one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
Mm. Could you repeat that?
Yes. What is one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
I can't say because everybody just throwing up YSL.
Why did you just tell the jury some initiated themselves one way and others initiated themselves
I
another way?
understand everything you say, Ms. Lord. Some of them just throwing up YSL, saying they YSL, and the rest don't work for YSL.
What did you mean when you used the word initiated?
Initiated?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I don't even really. I just was saying something.
What do you were
I don't
just
even-
saying stuff?
Yes,
Why did you just say that particular word?
I don't know.
Why is your index finger
Wiping my
under your
nose.
nose?
That's the way I decided to take the picture that day.
Okay. And why did
Me?
you said wiping the nose?
Right.
What does that mean?
Wiping nose. There's no other way you could put that.
Is that a symbol or a hand sign that YSL members frequently use?
I guess.
Okay. Those two green hearts, why did you choose to post green hearts next to the 100s after you said YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I guess because I wanted to use the green hearts on the snakes on this post at that time.
Are green hearts emojis that YSL members typically use to represent themselves
I don't
or to
think
show love for YSL?
to show love, but I don't think YSL the only people that use the green emojis.
That's fair. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are those hearts, specifically green hearts, emojis that YSL members frequently use to either show love or to identify themselves?
To show love.
Okay. Do you know why the hearts are green that YSL members typically use?
No.
Is green a color that is associated with YSL?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
How long has it been associated with YSL? since you were a member in 2012?
I don't know. I don't think, cause I don't even think the green emoji was on the phone in 2012.
What about the two emojis next to the green hearts? What are they?
They snakes look like.
Okay, you posted it, right?
Right.
So what
But
did you
I'm
post?
I'm telling you, they look like green snakes right there.
Why did you post two green snakes next to the two green hearts after YSL FUXK the rest love?
I like the emojis, Miss Love.
Are green snakes emojis that YSL members typically use when communicating with one another and making postings about themselves?
I wouldn't say, because I seen LeBron James use the green snake emoji, Kobe Bryant. I don't seen a lot of people use the green emoji.
Understood. I am talking about YSL members.
I guess
Okay. How many people on your post that is depicted in 410 Yankee actually have record deals or had record deals in 2015?
I couldn't answer that question for you, because I don't know if they had a deal, but I know they was rapping. I don't know the whole aspect of the legal business, but I know they was artists, they features on songs and things like that.
And do you know whether any of these persons that are depicted in 410 Yankee have actually been signed with a music label called YSL?
She said I used the
I never
green.
seen the paperwork, but they say they was.
How many?
Jeffrey Williams, Kendrick, and Mr. Honor.
Yeah, Miss Melanie, they gonna say you
Were you at a club in this photograph?
you
depicted in
YSL.
410 Yankee?
I don't. It looked like a club, it looked like a strip club.
Okay.
If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were celebrating
What would y'all
Mama
say?
Duck's birthday that day. If I'm not mistaken,
Who is Mama Duck?
that's Jeffrey Williams' mother.
Okay. And Mama Duck, that's the name you call her.
Yes,
And do you love Mama Duck?
with all my heart.
Okay. Is Mama Duck here today?
Come
I
on,
see you.
relevance,
She right in
relevance.
front of me now.
All right.
What was the point?
Was the photograph depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee posted before or after Demikion Garlington got jumped in the club?
Could you pull the date back up? Because I'm not for sure.
Yes. Are you able to see it?
No, I can't see it right here.
Can you make it broader?
4/28. It looked like a day. Well, this picture actually was posted the next day. It wasn't even posted the night. It probably wasn't even posted. It probably was took before, and then I just posted it on the 28th,
Okay.
April.
And do you recall whether you posted it before or after Demikion got jumped?
Is there a day before if he got jumped the 29th of April, you say? I don't recall what day it was that he got jumped.
Do you recall whether it was posted before or after you, Garlington, and Zachary did the drive-by?
I don't remember exactly the day the drive I had. If you have anything to refresh my memory. I can go for that.
All right. Would looking at 444 Yankee refresh your memory?
Yes.
Showing the witness approaching with 444 Yankee.
That's the plea deal. Why you ain't bring them? They don't have the date on there, do it.
That's what I'm starting to
Does
think.
looking at page 3 of 7 for counsel's sake.
That can't be.
Just told him to be
Can't be right.
careful.
The date can't be right on none
Okay.
of that.
April 28, 2015
Cause there's
cannot
no
be
way,
right.
there's no way we could be in two different places.
At the same time,
one
on.
time. Well, that's the day I posted it. That's why I said it probably was the same night.
Okay.
That probably just the day. And that was that morning
Okay.
that I posted.
All right.
You trying to confuse me.
Uh-oh.
I promise you will.
I
All right.
promise you.
Well, are you able to
She
see more
is.
clearly the timestamp?
Yeah, I posted that at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And the crazy part about if that the date's gotta be wrong, Ms. Lord.
Why do you say that?
Why you-
Because the shooting was
How you
I
say
wanna
that?
say 2, 3 in the morning, so that would have been the next day,
Okay.
not the same day. It wouldn't have been the 28th. It probably would have been the 29th.
Okay.
So that's why you trying to confuse me.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
So you wrong.
Okay. You realize I can't give testimony.
You right.
You been doing it?
So moving on to State's Exhibit 411Y.
You gonna keep showing me the picture with this green snake on?
Are these your postings?
Yeah, but you just said something about the green snake just a minute ago. Why we gotta keep going about the green snake? I know the jury understand by now. You're saying that
Okay.
the green snake is what we go by.
Who is we?
I'm saying that's what you said. You said
Oh, I
me.
can't give evidence,
You
don't
said
you?
me, Garlington. You said that I posted the green snake on the post with us in it. So that what YSL supposedly go by the green snake, right?
You do understand that I can't
I'm
testify.
saying, but
She been testifying the whole damn trial. Oh, see, look.
You understand that I can't
I'm
testify.
saying, but
Let's quit this
to
and
me,
ask the next question.
I feel like
Showing you State's
I
Exhibit,
just feel like it's points.
showing you
Excuse my
State's Exhibit
language. This is
411
crazy.
Yankee. With the date clearly.
Oh
I
my!
can't see the date.
Would you read for the jury the time and
Break it
date
down.
depicted on that posting?
2 p.m. on 24/2015.
And what is the caption that you put on this post?
I love my snakes, and they love me.
Who is it that you consider your snake?
You start with that one.
Anybody I be with at that time?
Who is depicted in this collage of photographs in 411 Yankee?
They all different photos. I couldn't see that one right there, but I want to say me.
Let's start at the bottom left, and
Oh,
I'm going to point the arrow.
no, let's
over
start with you.
different people starting at the bottom left.
We start with you.
Who is the person that the icon is over now?
That look like Shane.
And to his immediate left, who is that?
Oh, I can't
The
see
next
that
one
far.
over.
You ain't on. That's Demiki and Garlington.
Who is Shannon in the picture with?
Me.
Okay. And who is Demikion Garlington in the picture with?
Me.
And up above Demikion and you, who is depicted in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face.
Can you
It's
zoom in a little
blurry.
bit?
No, it's blurry.
So at this point, you don't remember who's in that photo?
Hold on, oh my bad, I was muted. Okay, so this one's dark. They facing backwards, and this one's what he say blurry, however he say it. These old outdated pictures. Come on here, love. This all y'all got?
Can't see his face.
Can you
It's
zoom in a little
blurry.
bit?
No, it's blurry. I
So
still
at this point, you don't remember who's in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face. But it's
You
blurry.
can't see
Are you
nothing.
able to see who is in the photograph to the left of that
Nope.
picture? If we blow it up some.
I don't see no face.
They turn backwards,
I'm just
woman.
looking at clothing from the last video, and then I can identify like that. But I can't see their face.
When you say clothing from the last video, was either of these pictures taken at the same time that the picture was taken in 410 Yankee?
No, all these pictures was taken at different times.
Okay.
Oh my.
They just I put them on a collab together.
Are the green snakes, when you say, I love my snakes and they green heart me, are you referring to your
You.
fellow YSL members
He talking about you.
with the green snakes?
I guess, Miss Love.
I guess.
Why do you guess? Do you not know?
Yes, Miss Love.
Showing you State's Exhibit 412 Yankee with the date depicted, if we could zoom in on it. Let's start out with the time and date that 412 Yankee was posted. Would you read that into the record, please?
I can't see the time, but it's I got my little brother with me. Love them niggas to death. 100, 2 green snakes.
Can you see the time now?
No, you gotta go up. Up. Not yeah.
All right.
Up.
1:12 p.m. 4/20/2015.
Okay. And what little brothers is it that you have with you?
I think that's Shannon and
That Woody?
is that Shannon? I think that's not Shannon. I think that's the me. I can't see the
Don't
face.
guess. You don't know. You don't know.
exactly.
You don't know. You don't know.
Now, you also have 2 green hearts. I'm sorry, snakes. Are those 2 green snakes at the end of that?
Yes.
And are these people in this photograph with you also considered your snakes?
You're snakes. You're snakes. Oh shit! No good. Oh my God.
Showing you State's Exhibit 413 Yankee. As we zoom in on the date and the time with each one.
Did we already see this picture?
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you read into the record what the date and the time are for State's Exhibit?
Me and the YSL family. 2 green heart, 2 green snake, 100.
Okay. And what date and time?
Time
Did you post it?
4:53 p.m. 4/18/2015.
All right.
So you could actually see they all different dates, but the same picture. So I don't know what date they was taken.
Oh, that's
I'm
a good
asking about
point.
the date that they were posted.
He pointed out good points. You can't really go by that date. He said he posted this picture numerous times in different dates.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 416 Yankee.
Oh,
Blowing up 416 Yankee to show the date and the time. Let's start at the very bottom with the time and the date of this post. Would you read into the record the time and date of this particular post?
It's a bitch on blood. 100.
that ain't what she asked you.
Thank you.
With the time
Go
and
ahead,
date.
Amy. I need you to read the time and date that you made this post on your Instagram account.
10/23
This is funny.
3/27 2010.
10:23 p.m. on March 27, 2015.
Yes.
All right. Now, what are you doing with your hand?
I can't see it.
Let's
Not on here.
go down and blow it up.
She gonna get them shoes next.
I see I'm shooting a bird and I'm throwing up it looked like a 3.
Okay, your left hand, you're shooting a bird. Are you not showing YSL with your right hand?
That's not why I said.
Okay. When you say
I said, look like I'm throwing up a 3. We throw up 3 for zone 3.
She gonna say them shoes dripping in blood. She said, "Oh, not the 3."
How do you spell? You said that says bitch on blood. How do you
Oh.
spell bitch in 416 Yankee?
Oh my
Took
god.
the S out the C.
Hold on. Let's go back. My bad. I was talking over her.
How do you spell? You said that says bitch on blood. How do you spell bitch in 416 Yankee?
I took the S out the C. I replaced the C with an X.
Why?
It's just something we do.
Who is we?
People in general, I seen on the internet do it. I can't say Pacific. I've seen a lot of people do it.
Have you seen members of YSL do it besides yourself?
No.
No.
There you go. There you go. Now you playing
What do you mean
ball.
when you say your blood in 416 Yankee?
I said I'm blood. I know.
What do you mean when you say you are blood?
I affiliated with the blood gang.
Oh. Okay.
Did you also affiliate with the blood gang in 2012?
No.
When did you begin affiliating with the blood gang?
Probably like, I want to say 13, 14.
How did you become affiliated with the blood gang?
Because I know a couple of people that was blood. I never joined, but I knew blood.
What about the Bloods make you consider them a gang using your definition?
I heard around the blood with blood gang, so.
Going to State's Exhibit 417 Yankee. What date did you make the post depicted in 417 Yankee?
3/23/2015.
Who, showing the photograph, the pictures, tell the jury who is depicted in 417 Yankee.
Me, Shannon, and Stevenson. But I should have been saying on that post, me and my blood brothers, because I look at them like my blood brothers, my little brothers.
Going from left, no, stay on the picture. Going from left to right, the person on Shannon's right, who is that person on the far right with the black and white?
That's me.
What are you doing with your hands?
I'm throwing up 2 guns.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. I used to carry 2 guns every day before you guys made me a convicted felon. I couldn't tote guns anymore.
Why are you holding up that particular hand sign to depict 2 guns?
Then I just said in the last thing that I was probably affiliated with the Bloods.
And so what does the 2 guns have to do with the Bloods?
I don't know. I seen a couple of Bloods just throw it up. I don't know. Sometimes they say Pistol Pete or something like that.
And who is Pistol Pete?
I don't know. I don't know who Pistol Pete is. I never met him.
Well, why
I don't know.
I'm saying because that's what the 2 guns sometimes mean. I'm saying I don't know who he is.
I don't know.
I don't know him personally. I don't know him. I never met him.
Have you heard of him?
I said I heard of him, but I don't know him.
What have you heard that he
Relevance.
You're throwing up signs.
I heard he represents the blood gang.
Which blood gang?
Relevant. Somebody jump up.
I think SMM is say.
What does SMM stand for?
I think Set Money Murder.
Okay. And
Sex, money, murder.
I guess the day finna be over with in
the
5
person
minutes.
to your immediate left with the red or dark red hood hat.
He throwing up
Oh,
3.
this-
Who is that? Is that Shannon?
Yes.
Oh, Shannon?
Same Shannon in the courtroom today?
God, he was young.
Yes.
And the person to Shannon's left
with the red sweatshirt on. Who is that?
That's Steve's is shooting two birds.
Okay. Now let's get to what you made a post about. What do you say in your post?
We are, I already said that.
Would you read it out loud? I'm sorry.
Me and my brothers don't play.
Brothers,
For real.
brothers.
Sorry. Do you
Me
see?
and my bloods.
He said-
Don't, I already said that.
Would you read it out loud? I'm sorry.
Me and my brothers don't play. Nah,
Wait.
for real.
I'm sorry. Do you see?
Me and my bloods don't play. Nah, for real.
So-
100 with the two green snakes.
And do you have an emoji or
I just said
for the word with the word that starts the word bloods?
a B.
Okay. And is it a
Shit, I'm flagging.
red square with a white B in the middle? For the
Right,
record.
right, a B. A red swell B, right.
What do you mean you and your bloods don't play? No, for real, for real. 100 green snakes.
It was
Oh,
supposed to
sis, look at her. Look at her.
Why did you make that particular post?
make. No reason at all.
Who in this photograph were you talking about or referring to as your bloods who don't play?
Me and my blood brothers don't play.
Did are you related to Shannon or to
No,
Mr.
I just,
Stevens?
no, I'm not related to them. I just look at them like they is my little blood brothers.
And when you say blood brothers, what is it that you mean today?
My blood brothers. Not no gang blood brothers. My blood brothers.
And the two snakes.
We just,
Is that meant to represent
we street
YSL?
talk like that, Miss Law.
You street talk like what?
Like just call each other our blood brothers. We don't have to, you don't have to be from the same mother. That's just the way we, as street language, like slang talk.
Now, all of the people that you previously told the jury that you know of who are members of YSL, did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Wish you could.
In this picture, are you saying all the ones that I identify that I know?
Yes, all of the ones that you've identified as YSL today that you know. Did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No,
Where else did you meet
I
some of the
don't
people?
recall, but I didn't meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Did you meet Shannon in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No,
Okay. Did you meet Yak in the Cleveland Avenue area?
no.
What about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, I met Jeffrey Williams in the Cleveland Avenue area.
And did you meet Quindarius Zachary in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No, I met Kenneth Zachary in Captain Home when he was a child.
Okay. Demekion Garlington.
Captain Home.
How often did you hang out in the Cleveland Avenue area between 2009 and 2022?
I can't basically say, because I used to be a little everywhere, so I can't say that I'll be here, I'll be there. I done been a lot of places in Atlanta hanging.
Court about to be over.
Are you the only member of YSL that you have seen replace a letter C with an X?
Yep.
I don't know, Miss.
I'm not sure that it has.
Yes.
Let me stop for today.
I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Sledge is saying it is. And so was the answer, yes, you're the only one?
Yes, I say I haven't seen anyone else use that emoji.
Going to State's Exhibit 415, and we're talking specifically replacing C's with X. Is this picture depicted in 415 Yankee one that you posted on your Instagram account?
Now I see it, but I never paid attention to it, Miss Love.
Okay, so that I
And
recognize.
that don't, it say 30 deep.
I'm talking about replacing C's with X's. Do you,
Yeah.
when you said now I see it, what were you referring to?
I see that he got, I don't know the word, but he got the,
Can you zoom in, please?
You can't see around I just see the ITXH.
Is there a BI in front of that? Is there a B in front of that?
Yeah, that look like
ITXH?
that look like a B, yes. That look like a B.
And you've never seen, you didn't notice that before?
No.
Okay.
Oh my.
Moving on
Please move on.
to State's Exhibit 418 Yankee. Let's blow up the time and date first. Can you read into the record the time and date that you posted, that picture depicted in 418 Yankee?
You said the date first, time and date?
Time and date, yes, sir.
9:43 p.m.
What date?
3/22/2015.
And what is the posting?
In Houston with my slime.
Okay. Now,
With my snakes, I mean. I'm sorry.
just to be accurate, would you say exactly what you wrote in the posting?
Snakes.
Now read the whole thing.
I'm saying we in Houston with snakes.
Missed the word.
I don't even understand. I don't even know what I would write.
This.
Did you write, we in Houston with this shit?
With the shit, snakes.
Okay. And what did you mean when you wrote that post?
Oh.
We in Houston.
With what shit?
Just with the shit. Kicking our shit.
And what did that consist of?
We chilling.
Okay. Who all is in that picture?
I can't see.
Can you blow it up?
No, she had to go down.
Okay.
Oh, I can't tell.
Do you remember when that picture was taken?
No, I don't really actually know.
Do you remember being in Houston on that date?
I don't remember exact what day we was in Houston, so
I'm trying to see where y'all was
Do you
at.
recognize anybody in that picture?
yeah. I see me. I see Jeffrey, Shannon,
Oh,
Steve is in. Is that OG Bentley and Gunnington? And I think that's Dora.
you can't tell these
Is
faces.
OG Bentley also named Kelvin Treadwell?
She sound like
I
it's.
don't know his real name.
Oh man.
The person directly in the center on the top row that the icon is over now, who is that?
I don't know him.
This is wild.
Do you know a person by the name of Demise McMullen, who's also known as Nard?
I don't actually know him.
Do you know of him?
I don't heard his name, but I don't know actually know him.
Have you ever hung out with him?
I don't recall.
You
Do
should.
you recognize that person as the person you know of as Nard or Demise McMullen?
I just told you I don't
So
heard of him, but I don't know his real name, whatever you just said.
wait, he didn't wait until 4-5 o'clock. Time to go home. Now he don't recall nothing. You should have been not recalling. Let's go.
I don't heard of him, but I don't know his real name, whatever you just said.
Is that person the person that you know of as Nard? That you're standing next to in the picture?
Yes.
Okay. So the one that we just were looking at, that is the Nard you know.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you 420 Yankee, starting with the date, and ask you to read first the time and date of the posting depicted in 420 Yankee.
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers.
Oh my goodness. Really?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers. See, as I used to see right now, there is the see out.
Oh my.
What do you have next to that caption?
What is that, a captain with the police with two guns?
Where are the two guns pointed?
It's gonna be pointed towards the police head anyway, because that's just how the emoji gonna
Why
come
didn't you
out.
put the police emoji on the other side of the two guns? So
I
it ain't
don't-
pointed at the
I
police
don't,
head.
I don't know, Ms. Love, just posting.
Okay.
There's no specific reason for that.
That green.
It's no specific reason why the gun's pointed at the police head.
emoji on the other side of the two guns. So now you pointed at the
I
police
don't,
head.
I don't know, Ms. Love, just posting.
Okay.
There's no specific reason for that.
That green cactus, is that a cactus? What is that?
Yeah, I don't even know what it means. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh,
It's a cactus. It's a tree.
okay. And what date and time was that posted?
I can't see. Oh, 9:53 p.m., 2/28, 2/2015.
And who is in that posting?
And
Those
Zachary.
pictures?
Me and Zachary.
Oh, man.
And he's shooting a bird, I'm shooting a bird.
Hey, what point do you get too old to be doing all this? I mean, because he looked kind of older in this picture.
What did you call Zachary, as you said?
Like,
What you mean? Lil D.
All right. Was he signed as an artist under YSL?
Not from my understanding.
like, hey, how old you got to be to bring it in? Get out the streets. What is that, a tree? I think he 40. I think he said he's 43 now.
Why
I think he said he's 43.
Did you tag somebody in that picture?
I tagged D. That was his name. YSL D.
YSL Lil D.
It didn't say, yeah, YSL Lil D.
And do you know why his
She said, I guess 52.
tag is YSL Lil D when he wasn't under the
52.
label?
I don't know. I went back to this. Anybody in the world could say they was YSL. I've been answered that question. Anybody in the world. You can come out tomorrow and say, oh, I'm YSL. You YSL.
Why did you say we still screaming F the Crime Stoppers?
Hey.
Why you want to F the Crime Stoppers?
Oh, here she go.
That's me. That's what I say.
Why do you
and I
want to F?
still have said today. I don't, it's a post.
What do you have against crime?
Yes, Miss Danny. Still, Thug is 33, so that'll make him 43. Let's go back a few seconds. She said, "What you got against Crime Stoppers? That's not relevant."
Say we still screaming F the Crime Stoppers.
Hey.
Why you want to F the Crime Stoppers?
That's me. That's what I say.
Why
and I still have said today. I don't, it's a post.
What do you have against Crime Stoppers?
I think I don't have nothing against Crime Stoppers.
Then why you
I think they full of BS.
How so?
Cause they just is. The police BS to me.
Showing you states 421 Yankee. Blowing up the date and time. Let's start at the very bottom. What date and time did you make that post?
It say 5:00 p.m. 2/26, 2015.
All right. And what is the post that you made? Could you read it
That's
exactly as it's written?
It's a song. I never switch up on my brew. I'm not a dub.
And do you use a red square with the white B in the middle for brew?
It just looked better than using the regular B.
Why didn't you use a C?
I don't know. I initiated.
You what?
I initiated the C. I swapped the C out for the B. The B looked better.
Is there an emoji with the C in it?
Do they have an emoji with a C? I don't know.
What is a dub? D-U-B-B.
I don't know. That's just I don't know. I don't actually know. I have no knowledge what a dog really are.
What did you mean when you posted it?
I just posted it. It was for a social media post. That's all.
Whose song is it?
I think Jeffrey has a song like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Who did you tag in this post?
I tagged Letter D and Thugger Thugger, who was in the picture with me.
And is Thugger Thugger defendant Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you scroll down? Yeah. All right. And are those people the ones that you say are your brew?
That's what the post say, yes. That's what I said, Ms. Law.
And do you have any reason to be saying when you say switch up, what do you take switch up to mean? What did you intend that it convey when you
I will
made that
never
post?
stop, I will never stop loving my brothers.
Thank you. Showing you states 422 Yankee. Starting with the time and date at the very bottom, if you could scroll it up and blow up the time and date. Mr. Sledge, would you please read the time and date at the very bottom first?
The time and the date, 1:46 PM, 3/20/2015.
And what is the posting that you made underneath the photograph?
I said, this my family. I love them to death. Real YSL shit. At Dolly Yak. 30 DSB with the shit and at Thugger Thugger.
Now, who is at 30 Deep D?
That's Demika and Gunnison.
And who is SB with the shit?
Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And when you said real YSL, do you place any emojis to the right of the word YSL?
3 green snakes.
Is Demikion Garlington signed as an artist under YSL?
No,
Is Dolly White signed as an artist under YSL?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
But I'm for sure she'll rep her brother label. So
To be clear, at Dolly White, is that Defendant Williams' sister?
Thank you,
yes.
Champagne Dream, for stopping by. Say she
Showing you
out.
423 Yankee.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait a minute, don't show it.
Under 403, waste of time, cumulative.
What's time?
Are we gonna do anything else with the rest of these photos?
These are the ones that we went over previously that we
I
said.
know, but is this essentially the same type posts? Do we have any new people in them? Any new?
Each one of them, Your Honor, is on a different day and they have different captions, and the captions we believe are important.
All right, yeah, go ahead. And I know you hadn't been having everybody identify all the people, so as long as you just keep moving through, go ahead.
Okay.
Over with.
423 Yankee, starting with the date and time at the very bottom.
But
Would
why
you
is the
please read the date and time you made that post? Blow up the date and time.
why stay right though? It's time.
We
It's a
told you
waste.
YSL.
No,
when
the date and time.
The date and time is 3:28 PM, 1/5/2015.
And what is the post that you made?
We told you YSL will never fold.
And what do you have to the right of those words?
2 green snakes.
And two, what are those exclamation points on the either
Yeah,
side?
on each side.
Okay. Would you please explain to the jury what you meant when you said YSL will never fold?
Because we knew Jeffrey Williams was gonna make it as a great artist.
Okay. And when you said we told you YSL will never fold, who is the we that you're talking about?
Shit, excuse me. Us as a family.
And who all is depicted in
I can't. the
423
face
after we bring it down? Who all is it that you're referring to as YSL who will never fold?
That's Zachary, me, Kendrick, and Anna. I don't refer to say the deceased.
You what?
I refer not to say the deceased, the other person he deceased in this picture.
Ooh.
Was he an artist that was signed under YSL?
I'm not for sure.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury what the dugout is?
The dugout was a gambling spot.
Is
They
it?
sold food. It was just a little hangout spot.
Did YSL members hang out at the dugout frequently?
Not just YSL people hung out, though. It was a variety of people, but you only gonna take pictures with people you know. It was
So
old men, everything hung out there. They probably old enough to be my daddy.
where is the dugout located?
Wait. Now hold on. They old enough to be his daddy. Hey, they up there. Go back a few seconds. I'm just playing, y'all.
To take pictures with people you know. There
So
was old men's, everything hung out there. They probably old enough to be my daddy.
where is the dugout located?
I don't know exactly the street. Is that McDonald Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken?
Is it in Lakewood? Is it in
It's not actually
New
in,
area?
it's the Lakewood. You can say Lakewood or Summerhill.
Okay.
Whichever one you, it's in between.
He said,
And showing you State's Exhibit 426 Yankee.
all them old
Did
mans.
you tell the jury who is depicted in State's 426 Yankee?
Wait, is that young
My
dog?
deceased brother.
Oh, my bad. I thought they was. Oh, I was like, what? I know you lied.
Because that wasn't admitted. And Your Honor, my apologies. I believe that was one that we didn't tender.
Which one?
We did?
Which one?
426 Yankee?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Look, she thought she put some on there that wasn't
And when
evident.
you said your deceased brother, who is it that is depicted in 426
I
Yankee?
just told you I don't even like to say the deceased name in the courtroom.
Okay, I understand.
Well,
I
you
need just for the record to say it one time.
No.
if you
Matt
want.
Miller.
Who?
And that's his last name, Matt Miller.
Is the first name Christian?
Christian Matt Miller.
Was he YSL?
Yeah, Love,
Yes.
she did that on purpose. Love did that on purpose. She could have just asked him, is his name Christian McMillan? And he could have said yes. But she wanted him to say the name intentionally.
I guess. Yes.
Was he signed as an artist to the label?
No.
Was he murdered?
Come on, Love. Really?
Why you had to go there, Miss Love?
Right.
Yes,
No respect.
yes, he was murdered.
Wow.
I don't forgot actually the time that he was murdered.
Wow.
Y'all, I could take a break.
That's
We're
it.
almost finished. We got,
Okay.
what, 3 more photos or so, and then we'll be done for the day.
All right. Her lowness knows no
Showing you State
bounds.
Exhibit 428 Yankee.
Come on, man. Now, if he would have got out
Did
there,
you tell the jury who it is that is, first of all, is this a post that you made?
I don't know. They say Mounk Tounk, so I don't know.
Was that you?
I never noticed me having an Instagram now.
Okay.
So I can't.
Are you known by any names other than Antonio Sledge?
I know about a couple of names.
Are you called Tounk?
I'm not the
hey,
only.
her lowness knows no bounds. And not only that, if we recognizing this, you know the jury is seeing right through her. I mean, there was no need for her to go there.
Only two.
Are you called Mounk Tounk?
Yes, you know that.
And what is it that is stated underneath the photograph of you and Mr. Zachary?
I can identify. It's not shown.
Can you scroll up and make it bigger?
She probably just can pull it up. Yeah.
All right.
Free little D like right now.
All right.
Now,
And
love.
what's the last word?
Fuck. I
And
can't
how
see the
is
words.
it?
Fuck 12.
Who is 12?
The police.
All right.
That's who lock you up, don't
And that's an emoji of a police car and a policeman.
Right.
Now, if he drag her through that courtroom, I ain't gonna say a
Showing you
word.
states.
I ain't gonna
429.
say a word because he shouldn't have done it. If he
Showing you
grabbed
states
her
429.
by her collar,
What are you doing with your left hand?
I'm wiping my nose.
What do you mean for that to
but I
convey?
don't advocate
What
violence.
do I mean for that?
Yes, what do you mean for that to convey?
I just wipe my nose on certain pictures.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe it's a good stopping point.
Oh,
We've
nasty.
gotten through all of the photos
The ones that I'm going to
that
publish.
that have been admitted this
Ye-
afternoon? Okay.
Yes, I haven't published all of them, but those are the
All
ones
right.
that I was gonna publish.
Okay. We're going to break for the day. Mr. Sledge, we're going to need you back here at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Don't pop on the head with that bottle when you walk by. Cluck.
We'll see all of y'all back at 9 a.m. as well. Same instructions as always. Y'all have a pleasant evening. Okay, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we all break for the evening?
From the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Overstep my bounds here, but I would like to inquire how long the state is anticipating.
Well, see how I knew that was not going to be 3 hours. It was going to be all day and we're not finished yet. How much longer do you anticipate?
Judge, it may go into lunch tomorrow. It may, hold on just one second.
Okay.
Why would
You
it?
know, I guess if you assume you have a cooperative witness and then you don't really have a cooperative witness, it takes a lot longer.
He was cooperative though. He wasn't like pushing
Or it could
back.
just be that lawyers are longer.
He wasn't pushing back.
Or it could just be that lawyers are really bad at estimating time.
Well, man, we done with both of y'all.
My team is admonishing me that it might be longer than lunch. So
Okay.
probably most of tomorrow.
Hey, now her team admonishing her. Her team rebuking her.
My team is admonishing me that it might be longer than lunch. So
Okay. Then
probably most of tomorrow.
most of tomorrow is now the estimate.
And Your Honor, they have 100 more witnesses?
Well, no, they've got like 99 more now. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to get
Can
to.
I renew my motion to put
I
the state
mean-
on a clock, Your Honor?
We cannot put the state on a clock. What we can do is make sure that there is not cumulative evidence. She didn't do all of them. So we're, thank you, Ms. Love. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that.
All right, Your Honor.
It's under consideration and, y'all make the cumulative objection and I'll take it up at the time, okay? All right. And I do think that when we get to our next non-jury days, I did want us to know that we have all of the, rest of everybody's evidence. After we get through that, I think we want to take a look at what's everybody going to be testifying to and see if there are some people that might be cumulative or might be something, a witness or so that the state feels like maybe they don't actually need, even though it would be nice. So.
Like we do have like record custodians that if defense is willing to stipulate to the records, we can eliminate those witnesses. Those are ones that are at the top of my mind, and there are quite a few of them. We have 7.
So there's an idea for y'all to consider. Maybe there's more possibilities besides those 7 records custodians. I feel confident. But yeah, that is definitely something that we need to further consider. All right, anything else? All right. Yes.
Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
No, not that I know of. Are there some that you know of?
I'm not sure. Let me look into it.
Oh wow, Joe,
In the morning.
Okay.
where you get that from? She pregnant. Oh, don't give me the lie.
Does everybody want to come to the bench for a minute?
Allegedly. Come to the bench. The jury gone, ain't they?
Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay.
Wait, is the jury gone? I mean, oh, she don't want to say it in front of us. Y'all know what she gonna ask, right? Y'all know what she gonna ask. Somebody guess what's she gonna talk about up there in secret?
Let me talk to the co-defendants counsel. And if there's something I need to raise, I'll bring it up in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all know of a potential issue with a juror,
I'm not
then
going to
the
go up to the court with just a rumor at
court
this
might
point.
need to know that too, but
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, it's a rumor.
We don't know. I mean, he's going to look into it further.
Uh-oh.
Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run rampant. So, okay. We'll all see each other at 8:45.
Oh wow. I thought she was gonna get them to try to the last time when the cameras turned off, she wanted to know, can y'all work out a plea? Can y'all work out a plea agreement? Wait. Sylvia said what? Shout out to Miss Sylvia. He put a handle on her name, calling her by her first name like that. Wait a minute. Somebody, hey, who want to come up and tell me what's going on? I'm gonna drop the link. What's going on? Somebody sent a video, a juror sent a video of what? Hold on, let me end this court stream. Give me a second. This is wow. What? Oh, it didn't end? Hold on. How about now? Did that work? Right. Send a video to what? Not demonize. He said demonize. I know what you meant. Yeah, but I think it's an issue they're supposed to be sorting out and fixing up, getting straight. Give me a second. I'm gonna see what I can Yeah, I know what you meant. I was just talking. Thank y'all for the ones that subscribe. Let's see what we can find out. I mean, it don't sound like it needs to be a whole dissertation. I mean, does somebody know like exactly what was alleged by this juror? I think it's something with a juror friend telling a juror something she saw online or something. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. If anybody find out anything before I do, just let me know. I had put the link in there. Wait a minute. Who was removed from the court? What? Who was removed from the court? What is going on? Hey, while we waiting to find out what's going on with the juror, thank you to Rashida Davidson for becoming a member. That's so kind of you. So thank you so much. Boy, I don't put nothing past the state. I mean, at this point, we all know better by now. We'll be some fools to put anything past them. They slicker than hot oil. Let me see. Uh, oh yeah, thank you, Karen Lee. I wasn't talking to the to the chat. Yeah, I wasn't talking to y'all. Give me 1 second. No, y'all all right. Thank y'all, because sometimes I may be talking and it may be muted, so it's better to be safe. Oh, Tasha, where you go? Oh, come on. Come back up. So I'm getting some preliminary information. So supposedly, that's what I was doing. I was ignoring y'all. So supposedly, nicknames were. I'm gonna let Tasha. Tasha, where you at? Let me let her tell it, because so she can tell it right. I guess Tasha ain't coming back. All right, so I guess I'll tell what I found out, my prelim information. So apparently, nicknames were given to jurors. You know, just I don't know what the names are. Maybe glasses. You know, raincoat. Just random names that we as ordinary people won't know. And apparently, that video made its way back to the court, and the court found out about it. And I guess the court didn't like it. So they asked the person who gave the nicknames to be removed from the courtroom. I don't know if they're banned permanently or just for today or until they figure out what's going on, but that's what I got from my understanding. And this is preliminary. If I'm wrong, somebody come up. Oh yeah, anybody, yeah, it don't have to be. And you know, while we wait, we kill some time. Anybody got something they want to say about the case right quick, that's fine. But yeah, so I guess a juror found out about it. But the question, you know, like people want to know, how did you find out, juror? Because if you're not supposed to be talking to anybody about the case, your family not supposed to be telling you nothing about the case, how did they send you a video saying you were identified? Because if they sent you that video saying that, hey, you got a nickname, what else they send you? Or somebody said a friend told the jury, yeah, what else they sent you? But I guess it's rumors right now. It's second, right? And that's why Weinstein didn't approach the judge because he wanted to verify. But if somebody gave you a nickname and nobody can identify you by that nickname, then what's the big deal? I mean, because the court is open to the public. So we really wanted to see what the jurors look like. We really don't need your nicknames. All we got to do is go to the courthouse and walk in the door. Maybe they didn't like their nicknames. That's probably what the issue was right there. I mean, if we're going to tell it, let's tell it all. Somebody probably got mad. They probably didn't like their nickname, SpongeBob. I don't know if SpongeBob was a man or a woman. Somebody say, I'm not built like no SpongeBob. Oh. Now, if they called a woman built like SpongeBob, then you know she mad. You know she, somebody say he a man. Okay. Oh. And that's the prelim. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. That's what I got. I didn't want to keep y'all hanging too long. I can find out some more, but I didn't want to keep y'all. Sunshine, you gonna come up? No, I don't think she. I don't think that. No, that. Everybody know better than to do that. I don't think that's the case at all. We sure would have knew that. But I mean, really, like for real. But my thing is, if someone was put out the courtroom, isn't the judge the decision maker of that? Or maybe she bestowed her powers upon her deputies that they can act on her behalf and put people out without even talking to her, which I think is wild. I mean, because if the judge put somebody out, I mean, the judge would have known the reason. And if the judge knows the reason of why you put somebody out, if I was the judge, I'm gonna inquire, okay, I'm putting this person out, deputy, but why? Oh, because a juror said this. Oh, a juror? How did the juror find out? Let's talk to that juror. But at the end, the judge acted like she didn't know nothing about nothing. Let's go back. The judge was like, what? Let's go back to that right quick. Let's go back.
They're consider. All right, anything else?
Let's see what he say.
All right. Yes.
Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
No, not that.
See, the judge said no. So why since there are any issues, the judge said no. So the judge either know or she playing crazy, which she good at both.
That we need to be made aware of, Your Honor.
No, not that I know of. Are there some that you know of?
I'm not sure. Let me look into it and I'll get back to you in the morning. Your Honor.
Okay. Does everybody want to come to the bench for a minute?
Look, the judge want to know. Okay, okay.
Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay.
Love ready to go run. Love, sit down. She ready to go run up there. Have a seat. The woman already rebuked you. She already rebuked you. In the mighty name of Jesus. Yeah, that was funny though. I don't think I ever seen it in person.
Let me talk to the co-defendants counsel. And if there's something I need to raise, I'll bring it up in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all know of a potential issue with a juror,
I'm
then
not going to go up to the court with just a rumor.
court might need to know that too, but okay.
Look how she looking.
All right.
She looking like
Y'all
what?
know of a potential
Look how she
issue
turn around.
with a juror,
I'm not
then
going to go up.
Hitting her too.
court might need to know that too, but okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Look at Hilton playing crazy. Hilton, you know what you
Look
did.
into it further.
Hilton,
We don't know. I mean, he's going to look into it further. Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run rampant. So, okay. We'll all see each other at 8:45.
right. So as y'all know, DA Love was rebuked. The judge had to rebuke her earlier today in front of the jury. I don't think I ever seen a lawyer get rebuked in person. I mean, I seen, judges might, say stuff or argue. I mean, that's common. We do that every day. It don't work me up because a judge raised his voice for today. If you don't raise his voice, you ain't what you doing. So that's not unusual, but to rebuke you in front of a jury, that's wild. That was a sight to see. We can go back over that. I was trying to find out. I guess they got mad because I was trying to find out and I didn't bring them up fast enough. Tasha, I'm looking at you when I said that. Hey, y'all, give me 1 second. Let me take this call. All right, sorry about that. I thought that was some info. There was something else I got to do right quick. How about this? If you show me because I don't think you came up before. If you show me, I won't put your face on camera. Just come backstage and just flash it on and off real quick. I know you're not about it, and then I'll just let you up. How about that? And just give us the info, what you found out. Right. Yeah. You can cut your camera on. I can see you. Then turn it off. And this is all alleged information because I don't want y'all to go running off, getting no rumor started. Saying I said nothing. I'm saying what was reported to the public. So don't cite me as no source. That's how they say. That's how lies get started. While we wait, I want to thank 305 OG. Sorry, it's been a long day. Okay, you good. Thank you, Miss Sunshine. I'll let you up. For becoming, for gifting a membership, and then Miss Yolanda Banks and also Miss Rashida Davis. Okay, you can turn your camera off if you don't want it on. I'll let. Okay. Okay, you can turn your camera off. Yeah, you can tell. Are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Hey, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, so Sylvia went on live just about 45 minutes ago, and she said she had just arrived home, and she said that one of the deputies approached her and told her that a video had been sent to them from a juror out of all people in the world, right? And the juror said that the video talked about the nicknames that she had given everyone, and they basically said that it wasn't allowed. But the craziest part about it is that the investigator was standing outside the door, like within earshot distance, so it was obvious that he was listening and he had something to do with it. And another thing is that it's funny that this occurred after yesterday. She received hate mail from a Facebook group of journalists that said that they were going to send a letter to the judge regarding this same video about her describing jurors, which I don't see how it would be unethical, because you see investigative journalists describing how Trump looked in the courtroom, what he had on. If the cameras aren't allowed, they draw pictures and everything. They don't describe. She didn't describe the physical appearance of the jurors. She only described like their actions, like if they paid attention or if they moved around a lot or different things of that nature. But regardless of anything, why the hell would a juror have access to any type of secondhand knowledge regarding this trial?
So what I want to ask you, so when you said the investigator was standing outside the door, which door and at what place?
I'm almost sure it was the courtroom door, because Sylvia just described. She I'm sure she'll give us an update.
Okay.
Because she was really overwhelmed when she went online to just give us a short overview of what happened.
So was she like removed from the courtroom, or was court already over?
No, it was right. It was right prior to coming back to lunch.
Oh,
Sylvia didn't come back on after lunch.
After lunch.
Yes, she did not come back on, and it was crazy because yeah, that was crazy. But that's all I wanted to share with you, and thanks a lot for letting me on.
Okay, can I ask you one more question, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Because I know you said that a group was sending hate mail to her.
A Facebook group. Can you believe that?
And
yesterday they sent it to her home address. So it's funny, how could they get access to her home address without some type of private investigator or something of that nature? And then when she's approached by the deputy outside the door, the investigator is standing right there also.
Oh wow! So the investigator probably knew.
Yeah. So if you put two and two together, it sounds like some love moves to me.
Right, and I'm surprised. I'm shocked. The judge, either she didn't know or she's playing crazy.
Yes, and it's so crazy because she's gonna find out now, and that's jury tampering, because the jury should not be. That's not jury tampering, but that's you know what I'm trying to say. What is it called? The jury is tainted. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say.
Right, because if a jury is getting videos
And even if they didn't have the video, I bet you anything it was Love that just gave that explanation of why Sylvia couldn't be there. You know, when you think about it.
That's strange.
I bet you, really. I bet you.
If Love unilaterally acted on her own behalf and told the deputy to keep Sylvia out, I think that's a problem.
Exactly, and this is gonna definitely be a problem. I bet you right at this point, Love is just like doing anything because she's just out of her mind, you know.
Right, that's crazy because it's freedom of the press, and I know she had a rule
and
22.
Freedom of speech and a whole lot of other things.
Yeah,
Bro,
I don't think that's
we all have
appropriate.
the right to go in the courtroom right now, and we can go online and describe what we seen.
Well, we see, right?
You know.
Yeah.
But it was great talking to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. You guys have a good one now.
All right, you too.
Everybody. Bye bye.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Ms. Sunshine, for coming up. But that is wild. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, Judge, how you running your courtroom? Before you put anybody out of my courtroom, if I was a judge, I need to know about it, especially if they're a member of the press. It ain't like somebody phone wrong and you say, okay, anybody phone wrong, you got to go for the day, or you got to, you know. But somebody that's been there since day one, no, that's not right. Bruce, they can jump where they want to jump. They can jump where they want to. But hey, what they say, right is right, wrong is wrong. I mean, because I have seen people tell, like the jury makeup, they may say 3 African American women, 3 African American men, and so on and so forth. And their ages, what they do for a living, their occupations. Like we've seen all of this stuff released. And you mean to tell me that calling somebody SpongeBob is the straw that broke the camel's back? SpongeBob could be anybody. It's more revealing knowing somebody's occupation and where they work at, how old they are, because then you have more to work with to find out that person's identity, their profession, right? Not, you know, SpongeBob, Squidward, and what's the other one? Is it Patrick? Is it Patrick? I don't know. Somebody really offended. They sitting there looking like Patrick in the face. Don't get me to go on. See, yeah, they come over here. I'm gonna give them something to really go and tell. Oh yeah. What's the other one? Mr. Crab. What's Mr. Crab's daughter name? Since we got a little time. Pearl. Y'all know who Pearl is? Pearl Crabs. Y'all know who Pearl is. Don't play with it. Yeah. Y'all know who Pearl. Oh, that's funny. But she ain't, you know, she ain't identify nobody by their names. If somebody was called SpongeBob and they didn't like it, they could have sent a note to the judge discreetly, and the judge could have just addressed it in private with whoever needed to be told, like, hey, don't, you know, they feel offended. Can you not do that? Yeah, she never said what they were wearing or what their hair. Right. Wow, we didn't heard it all for the day. So, I mean, I don't even know where you go from here, because if you're put out for the day, do you show back up tomorrow? I mean, I guess I would if I've been going every day and only the deputy put me out. I'm gonna request an audience before the judge to be heard, so I can explain my side. What the other media have already done, because I think we already got the. Let me see. We got the jury makeup. Jury make. Let me see if we can. Shout out to Thugger Daily, and it's just something I just googled real quick. Let me see if I can share my screen to what I just googled. And I don't know if I can make that bigger. So obviously it's public record. Look, this is 9 women, 3 men. And this is just some smart I just did real quick. Now this is a more descriptive than SpongeBob. I mean, because with this description, I can actually sit outside the courthouse and watch to see who walk out that fit this. I mean, especially this one white man. If I see a group of 12 people and one white man, okay, I'm gonna know. But SpongeBob, really? Nah, that ain't it. Oh, wait, let me do another one real quick. Oh, let me do this right quick. All right, I know this one don't got nothing to do with this case, but just to give an example of what information is released from jurors. Now look at this chart. This is when Trump had his trial in New York. Look how descriptive. A male lives in West Harlem, works in sales, no children, investment banker. Like, look at this. Look at where people live at, where they work at, what they watch, how many kids they have. So you can't tell me. She said they have the makeup on Reddit. See, yeah, that's very descriptive, right? Very descriptive. That actually, they had released so much information that the judge in that trial, because they start releasing the names of not only what they do for a living, but where they worked at. Like this lady, a nurse at this hospital, they're like, okay, you know. So the judge had asked the media, can y'all pull back some of that information? Don't release where they actually work. I mean, by process of elimination, we'll figure out who it is eventually. Right. So I'm like, I don't think it's right for them to go after the media. So y'all may be looking at it as a YouTuber. I'm looking at it as the media, freedom of the speech, freedom of the press. Because without them being in the courthouse, guess what? We won't get the information out here. Imagine if no camera was in the courthouse. We would never know the mess they got going on in Fulton County. And it might be her today and somebody else tomorrow. So you got to stop it right now. Now, if the jurors compromise, I think the jurors should go. Now, if the jurors say that's the only thing that was sent to me, then maybe the judge can, question to see if they'd be fair to stay, question them. But if a family member sent you that, or you found that on your own, that means you might be getting some more information you're not supposed to come in contact with. Somebody said they are wrong for this. Erica Roberts, when she talks about the juror, she only says stuff like Glasses was taking notes today. Like, right, who is Glasses? Yeah, if the jurors compromise, that juror should be removed. It was probably her purpose to be removed. But I'm trying to figure out, why did Love sit there and play crazy when they said something about the juror? Love is ready to jump up and run to the front to see what's going on. And if your investigator was standing outside when she was removed, then you knew what was going on, Love. This happened at lunch. It's 5 o'clock. Over there, it's 6 o'clock now. Love, y'all knew exactly. And look how they tried to play crazy. Look at their face like they ain't know nothing. They made who is this? They made Mr. Matthews Sr. get out his chair. Let me see if I can find it right quick. And then we can watch Love get rebuked right quick and we can get out of here.
Okay, so and we're not, I guess if you assume you have a cooperative witness and then you.
So
Okay.
probably most of tomorrow.
Well,
Can I renew my motion?
Where?
Let's see.
Every day evidence, every week later.
Need to be made aware of, Your Honor.
No, not.
Jurors that. Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
No, not that I know of. Are there some that?
See. Okay, now their reactions ain't right. Now look at me. Look at them. Because when they said that, Hilton and Love would have looked at each other immediately. When somebody said something about a juror, I mean, their heads would have went like, what they saying? Like, what? Look at them. They didn't move in the first few seconds. Nah, y'all busted.
Any issues with jurors that?
When he first started talking about it.
Yes.
He hadn't brought it up yet.
Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
No, not that I know of.
Look, she looking over there.
Some that you know of?
I'm not sure. Let me look into it and I'll get back.
Love ain't said a word. Look, they know. They knew.
Does everybody want to come to the bench for a minute?
Somebody said them helpers knew.
Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay.
Somebody judge knew too, hell. Boy, these people ain't slick.
I don't know if
Look at
Let me talk to the co-defendants counsel. And if there's something I need to raise, I'll bring it up in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I mean, if y'all know of a potential issue with the juror,
I'm not
then
going to
the
go up to the court with just a rumor at
court
this
might
point.
need to know that too, but
Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
all right. We don't know. I mean, he's gonna look into it further.
look,
Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run.
and look how unbothered Brown is. Brown already know. Brown ain't trying to, Brown would have spun that chair around looking at Love trying to find out.
I'm not
then
going to
Look
go
at
up to
him.
the court with just a rumor at
Court
this
might
point.
need to know that.
He
too,
chilling.
But
Okay.
okay,
He
Thank
big
you.
chilling.
all right.
Look at him. He playing with his
We
fingernails.
don't know. I mean, he's gonna look into it further. Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run rampant. So, okay, we'll all see each other at 8:45.
Look, he got his look. Brown got his bottle of water ready to
Okay.
go.
We'll all see each other at 8:45.
Brown ain't trying.
Juror,
Let me talk to the
everybody, but somebody.
But look, and then when he said, do we need to approach? Look how Love jumped up like she wanted to approach.
Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay.
Atkins know too. Yeah, Atkins, y'all know, y'all busted. I'm gonna go find the part where Love get rebuked, and then we can get out of here. Not the. You know what? I'm not gonna play. Now someone want to play Clueless. All right, you saw she tried to look puzzled on her face, like what? What? Yeah, see who they know who to play with because those other TV stations, those big ones like the Law and Crime, the Fox, the 11 a lot, they have lawyers in there that represents the media. So yeah, they're gonna make sure that their interest is protected. You know how many people watch this trial on their network? Thousands. That's money. So ain't no way you're gonna mess with them with their money. Certain people money you don't mess with. They wouldn't even, and I respect her for going quietly. You're not gonna stop me from getting in this door. The judge gonna have to tell me I can't come in here. There's gonna be a lot of commotion in the hallway to where she stopped the trial to figure out what's going on. And y'all gonna have to tell her. They probably blocked her from coming in before she can even explain herself. No, you can't come in. No, let me pass there. What's going on? This politicking with Mel. Okay, let's see one more time when the Love gets in trouble. So Love read something she wasn't supposed to read. I mean, big shocker there. And big shocker there. So she read it. The lawyers got upset and the judge said, I'm going to rebuke you. And that's exactly what the judge did, rebuked her in front of the jury. So let's go and watch that one more time for the people that didn't see it, and then we can get out of here so we can be energized for tomorrow. Let's go. But I'm going to have to find that. That was so early in the day. I got to find when did that happen. Oh, you know what? I think I took let me see. I think I tried to mark down the timestamp to make it a little easier. And it actually might be right here.
That you hang with or consider a friend or a loved one. Everybody,
What you say? You were wise.
Hold on, let me see.
only requirement to be considered as they relate to December.
And
All
must, and should conduct themselves.
Okay, here we go.
All right, got some more.
So let's go back.
Not all of it. Gotta have a tough skin. I don't think
That should go, but
I has pled not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that
Okay.
that should go, but that
So-
was not something that
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that. But yes, I'm going to give a rebuke.
I heard what she said. She gonna give a rebuke.
I'm going to give a rebuke. Miss Love, I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case. Gotta have a tough skin. Suggested language, Mr. Harvey or others?
Need for some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
Hey, and ironically, this appears to have happened after lunch. So while she was trying to dig a hole for somebody else, she dug one for herself. Had somebody put out the courtroom allegedly, and now she get her own rebuking. You can't make this up.
and Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute
Yeah,
regarding
but you know,
the rebuke
we also
language.
presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17875, and I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard. And the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
All right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
oh no. I do not
Okay,
want a
then
mistrial.
maybe stop.
That's a new one for me. Y'all heard that before. Keep your powder dry. That's a new one for me. Probably a little bit before my time.
Degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh no. I do not
Okay,
want a
then.
mistrial.
Hold on, let's go back.
And I mean, all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh no. I do not
Okay,
want a
then
mistrial.
maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an Alford plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea, but, we already talked about the whole factual basis thing, so I won't rehash that, but, okay. I'm going to ask y'all, I understand that you, the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions.
Y'all, who love texting right here? Who she texting? Y'all think she getting ahead of it and letting her boss know she texting Fonnie?
That you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything. I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions. Okay. All right. All right. Let's get the jury back out. And I mean, I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
Will the court prior to
go ahead.
Will the court prior to bringing in the jury, would the court be willing to read the
What I'm going to
rebuke?
say? Well, I don't know what the rebuke. I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of, after I explain to them what they're not to consider. I also admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions.
Oh, look at her head shot up.
After I explain to them what they're not to consider, I also admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions into what you put before the jury.
Like she didn't know she just told you. She act shocked.
Mr. Harvey wants more. What else? I'll consider it.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
for the
okay,
rest of the
reasonably
trial.
speaking, though.
That may be going a little bit too far. But that's already been asked for, by the way. And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to rebuke the state for asking for eliciting that improper testimony.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't improper testimony. It was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
Boy, Brown so shady and happy at the same time. Look at him. He's so
a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads
y'all see them chuckle?
If the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
Look at him. Brown more happy than the kid in the candy store.
I will say you should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything this witness admitted to.
What's going on? What's going on, Lee?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty in 2017, because
I understand.
Your Honor.
Give me just a second. Sorry. Yes.
Let me request that the court consider including in its admonition the following language, if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations. Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
All right.
Oh, y'all funny. Y'all are funny.
But not all of it.
Y'all
What was
play.
that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right. Well, they're not presenting evidence, so.
You could have fooled me.
And
The way they be doing.
and should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations
All
and
right.
legality.
Thank you. I'm not going to do that.
All right, I got some more.
Got some more? All right. I think this is going to be enough. All right. Let's get the jury out.
And watch Love. She got to go to the restroom or take a call all of a sudden. Look at her.
I mean, do y'all want the witness in here for this? No. Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness to not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out.
Look, Love want to leave. Look. And she's still going to find a way to leave.
Be in here? Okay.
Your Honor, we do request
all
that the witness is present.
Okay.
Come on here, Westmoreland. She said, bring the witness back in here.
Somebody let them know that.
Look, Love, not you.
You can hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in. So.
Love, you got a rebuking that we need to do. Look, even the court reporter rocking side to side, like, uh-oh. Don't mind me, y'all. It's the end of the day. It's the end of the day. Nah, Peter. You know what, Lee? Lee, you know what? Peter. Oh.
All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Miss Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading it from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard is, and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to. He had no requirement to. He had no responsibility to.
No,
Okay.
so
So basically, what I told you about, oh, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting. Okay. So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting. All right. So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
hey, that's crazy how she said, how she just said it. I rebuke you. That's so strange to say that to a human.
To how you ask questions in your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love.
Rebuke you, Miss Love.
And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and what you put before the jury.
Oh, my Lord.
You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, it was one more thing before I get out of here. A bone to pick with. So this guy here, Antonio Sledge, his attorney has been in court, but his attorney is not doing enough to my liking, because anything he say can get him. Anything he say that's against his plea agreement that he already pled to can get him 35 years in prison. And he pled that YSL was a gang. And today he testified that YSL is not a gang. And his lawyer sat by silently. And then when Miss Love was reading all this old stuff against his client, he didn't say anything until Brian Steele said something. Brian Steele had to jump up and say something first. And then all of a sudden he want to say something. The judge was like, well, you should have said, you should have been faster. I'm going to just play that little bit part right quick. And I think it was right before this happened. Let's see if I can find it. It's really hard to get the time stamp. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Is it right after Brian Steele?
Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor.
Hold on.
I know that, but yeah.
Hold the sound. Okay, there you go. There you go. So Brian, y'all know Brian's still gonna do his long colloquy, his long talking, moving for a mistrial because Love read something she wasn't supposed to read. And now his lawyer jumps up for the first time.
But he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So deal with it.
Saying the same stuff Brian still already said. Boy, have a seat.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted by the state, by suggesting that either he should have been making statements, or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his adopted, admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
And that's where
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? That is a great idea.
Hold on,
Let's all
that
do
must
22.
have been the second part.
Motion for a mistrial and has entered a guilty plea. That is a confrontation.
He's saying he pled under Alford, and I don't know against it. He is 20.
Waiting for the appropriate time that I was going to point out that it was in fact an alpha. So
Okay, this is when he first spoke up, but it was already after Brian Steele spoke, and the judge was like,
her cross-examination was not appropriate.
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah.
It was something other than an alpha. So
Maybe don't wait so long next time.
"Don't
But,
worry." Okay, and let me show y'all this because this was what we went over earlier. Share this tab. Okay, so number 5, this is Antonio Sledge plea paperwork. Defendant understands, number 5, fully, not halfway, fully, that any violation of any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify, that's counsel, any promise made by the DA's office to not prosecute count number 30 of this indictment, which may result in the defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years in Georgia Department of Corrections. And one of the things he said earlier today as the witness, he said that YSL is not a game. And I think that's problematic because that goes against your plea deal. And if that's the case, I think he said that this morning. I'm see if I can find that. I mean, if that's the case, then you violated your. I don't even know if y'all gonna be able to find it. I'm gonna try to. Let me try to fish through it right quick and see if I can find it. But he shouldn't have said that. He could have danced around it like Lil Woody, but don't say that. Let me see. I can find it right quick. All right, so here we go right here. I think I found it.
Called. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a game.
Right there. Right there. YSL is not a game. And I hope we can find out real quick his plea when he actually took his plea. Maybe we can find that clip when they asking him, is YSL a gang?
I am asking you specifically, are you a part or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you and told you YSL is not a game.
Then if you could say yes or no.
No.
Wow.
Have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
I just said no.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members or associates?
You said, do they have 3 or more associates?
Let's start with members. Does YSL have 3 or more members?
Working members?
Does the organization, we'll call it, have 3 or more associates?
What you mean by the associate?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
All right.
Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
What you mean by identifier? You gotta be more specific when you asking the question.
Of course. Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because they wear all type of colors. You said they have Pacific color?
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL.
No, not that I know of.
Okay. What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any?
So yeah, let's go to this one real quick. So we heard him say YSL not a gang, but this is when he took his plea deal. If I can find it. Okay, here. And this is Love. And he got that same lawyer that's in the courtroom now. So that lawyer, it ain't like he knew. That lawyer, no.
The court does not have to accept that recommendation, and we will read into the record the terms of the plea agreement in a moment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other if the court does not accept that negotiated plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today, but that the state is not recommending either?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction, as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea, which is permanently recorded on your criminal history? The factual acknowledgements are as follows. Number 1, Young Slime Life, AKA YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include, but are not limited to, colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. Number 2, defendant has been a member and or associate of YSL since 2012. Number 3, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demikion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, where defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and where on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-girlfriend.
Number 4, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. Number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5 above. Number 7, defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, to discuss the murder. Number 8, defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Number 9, on January the 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave defendant and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. Number 10, defendant has personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. Number 11, defendant did not murder Donovan Thomas Jr. and was not a party to the crime. Number 12, defendant did not murder Shamel Drinks and was not a party to the crime. Number 13, defendant cannot truthfully assert that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. are not guilty of the murder, and defendant will make no attempt at trial, prior to trial, or after trial to exonerate the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. Number 14, the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. Number 15, the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL associates sell drugs and do not permit other gangs.
Okay, so we get the gist. I guess we got to get to the point where he acknowledge it and say yes.
Judicial proceeding. Defendant.
Let's see. Hold on, y'all. It was doing good all day. Let me see. Sorry about that. You know, this is going to do what it do. Got a mind of his own. Let me see. So I'm trying to get to the part where he just agree and say yes, ma'am.
And may result in strike through of the word to serve 6 Antonio Sledge have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I've had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Is that the statement that you acknowledged in this agreement?
Yeah, ma'am.
And is that the statement to which you signed your name underneath?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got that. So we see it. I mean, they got him dead to rights. I mean, she read it all. He acknowledged it. But when he get to court today, he says something different. And I mean, his attorney, the same attorney that we see here, you know, didn't pull him outside. Like, you know, hey, go back in there and tell them people you misspoke. You know, because when you played, you said something different. And I think at the beginning they said what would happen to him if he try to back out the plea.
Convicted felon, as in OCGA 1611-133, is 15 years in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
As to count 1, 15 years to serve on probation, subject to the special conditions contained in the plea agreement that I have in my hand that I will show you in just a moment. And on count 30, although you are pleading guilty, sentencing will be withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the trial of this case, after the initial trial of this case, provided defendant you have complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3 special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees that the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30.
Okay, so that's pretty much, simple. He's charged with 2 different counts, count 1, count 30. You pled guilty to both counts, but we're only going to sentence you on one of those counts, count 1, for 15 years probation. Count 30 will go away if you cooperate in this trial. Is he cooperating so far? I don't think so. So now count 30 might be back on the table. Not only that, he already pled guilty to count 30. So by pleading guilty, he could have possibly waived his right to a jury trial. So now Judge Glanville can sentence him on count 30, can revoke his probation on count 1, and they may also can charge him with perjury and false statements under oath. So I really didn't like this, and I know every lawyer is different, but it just didn't look right to me that his lawyer was too comfortable for my liking when you got a client whose life is on the line. All right, but in any event, what's done is done. Maybe he can clean it up tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see. He's different than Woody. Woody is a straight witness. Woody didn't plead guilty and have an agreement with the state that if I don't cooperate, y'all can punish me. Woody wasn't charged at all. So Woody is way different than this witness. So he can't do what Woody did. Woody can get up there dancing around. I don't recall, I don't know. But this witness is a co-defendant that pled guilty already. Yeah, that was a setup from the jump. And I bet you he hated now because now that he see that Thug and the other co-defendants are winning, he probably like, man, I knew I should have taken it to trial. As a matter of fact, he wanted to take it to trial. It had got to the point where Glanville, let me see if I can find it. Glanville was like begging him to take a plea. And he told Glanville that he didn't want it. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. And this the last thing. Let me see.
With the state, whenever he also is currently on another indictment, 20.
Have you communicated that?
He was given a bond. He was
5-0?
I don't believe he has a bond on that case. I have served any jail time on this case.
Okay.
And that offer will also conclude today, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Fagan, have you communicated that to your client in terms of is that to correctly summarize the plea agreement or the potential plea offer, I should say?
The only change was that he wasn't aware of the concurrent status for the second case. At this time, though, he still maintains a not guilty plea.
Sure.
Respectfully requests, rejects the offer, and we announce ready for trial.
Okay, Mr. Mender, I'll tell you and I'll tell Mr. Beatty and Mr. Stevens the same thing, okay? At this point, you have the absolute right to plead not guilty, and that's what the law will presume, and the court will, of course, instruct that you have a presumption as the presumptions and protections you enjoy as a criminal accused. You have to decide for yourselves what you want to do in this particular case, depending upon the results or the outcome of the trial. The only thing I would tell you, Mr. Mender, is the most, and I'm sure that Ms. Fagan, she's a very fine attorney. Seen her work. But trials, there's one thing about trials, it's uncertainty. You don't know what's going to happen. So you got to beat 4 counts. If you don't beat them, what will happen is under this A&C recidivist statute, I have to, under the law, sentence you to the maximum sentence. And then whatever I sentence you to, you serve to the door. That's not anything I have any discretion over. It's not anything because I don't like you or because of what you're being charged with or whatever. Those have nothing to do with anything. That's what the state of Georgia, the legislature has mandated that I sentence you to. So he or she feels is of best interest to them, not anybody else. So if you want a couple minutes out to talk with Ms. Fagan about that, nobody will be the wiser, and certainly, but if you don't wish to do so, that's fine.
Well, so y'all, yeah, we get the idea. We get the idea. Oh, hold on. What is it? Hold up. Wait a second. Oh, that was Mender. Oh, okay, okay. I was trying to find a video, but I know it was one with Sledge. Yeah, you're right. That's Mender. Matter of fact, Mender's attorney, wasn't that the one? Mender's attorney went to jail. Is that right? The lady that was right there, wasn't she charged? His attorney, the one that was just talking. Her, Nicole, I think they said Fagan or Fegan. Okay, yeah, I think so. Yeah, she tipped some. Well, allegedly, she's allegedly. We don't know. Hey. I can't find a one with well, y'all get the idea. She said allegedly, right? Y'all ain't gonna say I said the woman guilty. I don't know what she did and didn't do. But they say she a good attorney out there in Atlanta. I mean, it's gonna be a movie. This how many attorneys went to jail or were threatened with jail? I remember this one attorney, I can't think of his name. He was arrested because they said he brought pills into jail. I can't, yeah, so many. This is gonna really be a movie for real. And then it was another attorney. I think they said he was showing his laptop was confiscated because he was letting his client use his laptop to communicate with the outside world. I can't keep it with all this. And who else? And we already know he threatened Brian Steele with jail. He threatened Kayla with jail. This is just a crazy, crazy, crazy trial. Other attorneys had to write essays and pay for food and all type of craziness. I think another defendant got caught trying to pass pills allegedly to Young Thug. Then you got some of the jailers that was going with some of them. The jailers got arrested and fired. Yeah. And that's what we know, right? That's what we know. That we don't know. And we're not going to know if they keep putting reporters out of the courtroom. What's going on, Mr. Christopher Robinson? Thank you for popping in while we get ready. They say hello and goodbye. They send Pie and Jack some lunch. Woody cop. Oh yeah, Woody cop girlfriend for using his Instagram. Yeah, I forgot Woody was with a police officer. Yeah, they look like with the mask on. Yeah, I was trying to find the one with Antonio Sledge, but I think Mender is a little lighter. And I thought it was him in Sledge, but I couldn't find that one when he rejected his plea deal. But he eventually took his. But that one didn't care. He wasn't worried about no time. The judge was like, "You can get life." Okay. Do you know what that means? Like, yeah, I know what that means. See. Yeah. It's a mini series. Man, this might be a full blown. What's the movies that have like 10? Is it the Fast and Furious? Number 1, number 2. They can break this up. You say y'all about to make this guy famous like y'all did Woody. I don't think he ain't. Yeah. All right, y'all. Let's get out of here so we can come back tomorrow. Thank y'all for stopping in and supporting the channel, and thank y'all for the ones who signed up for the memberships. Miss Rashida Davidson, Miss Yolanda Banks, 305 for gifting a membership, and also to the ones who signed up yesterday, like 313, the best side. I think some of the others have already gone. Yeah, I don't see them in the chat. Well, yeah, thank y'all so much. All right, y'all, let's get out of here so we can come back tomorrow. Somebody said he too uppity. I heard that one in a while. Yeah, he old. He more old school. I think he's 43 now. Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a long day. What's going on? Yeah. All right, y'all. So I plan on popping in tomorrow. I don't know what time. Depends on how the schedule work out. But yeah, thank all y'all for liking the video, and then the new people that subscribe to the channel. Thank y'all so much. Before I go, let me give my disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, thank y'all so much, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Y'all have a good night.